Join me, Pops Mohammed, as I journey across South Africa to explore and engage with the sacred music with a wide variety of our indigenous and universal traditions. The Eastern Cape is culturally rich and diverse in music, and I'm on my way to Lady Fred to explore the roots of Xhosa music. I'll be meeting the Ngoko cultural group as well as their leader Solwana, who will be explaining us more about this music, and I'd love you to come on this journey with me. In the last episode, I visited a Pentecostal church in Soweto and then on to Durban to experience Hindu music in the beautiful Kendra temple. The Ngoko belong to the Xhosa nation and live in rural expanse about 180 kilometers inland from East London. The road takes me through beautiful landscape and small villages. It feels like old earth here, very old. So it is no wonder then that the Ngoko, whose oral tradition dates back many centuries, reside in this area. They are a deeply indigenous group, closely connected to their natural environment, and have maintained the tradition over the ages. I'm greeted by several women dressed in traditional clothing, the colors of which symbolize that they are people of the soil. They welcome me into one of their homes. I feel as if I am surrounded by family. The Ngoko have something quite unique to other South African indigenous cultures, their overtone chanting. When I first heard it, I remember being struck silent. It is the most enchanting, mystical sound. Nothinile is one of the elder Ngoko female performers and has vast experience with overtone chanting.
Ilento yethu siyenza ndicacele kuba lo mcilo wethu into endiphilisayo, Pops. Kuba kaloku ndikhula ngayo. Ndathi nxa ndakhula ndiyintombazana ndisenza umnqokolo. Ngoku ndakhula nalo mnqokolo ndikwade ndazaba ngulo mama ndafumana lento mana funa manje ayisebenzisa yalo mnqokolo andawuyeka ndawunqokola. Ixabiso lo mculo wenkolo yam uthi nxa ubonileyo usenza uve apha kuwe ngaphakathi uyivele into yenzayo ba imnandi. Uve nje kakuhle ngokuyenzayo uyenza ngenhliziyo yakho iphelele nomoya wakho wonke. Uqonda ba lento ndiyenza ufuneka ivwe ngantoni, ivwe ngabantu ba lento injani ubumandi bayo. Ndinexesha endikhule ndiyintombi ndiwuzama ukunqokola, kodwa khondungumama ndithe kratya kunongqokola. Umahluko xa ombela uwedwa uyeva uba akakho umuntu okunyusayo amandla wakho. Xa niba liqela abantu bakunyusa amandla wakho, utsho uzive emoyeni wakho uba uyiphilele le nto uyenzayo kuba nabo bakuhlokomeza apha ecaleni. Xa kuseleke nditshintshile apha ebusweni bam, ndiseleke ndidibanisa izinyanya zam, ndizama ukuthandaza xa nditshintshile apha ebusweni lam. Xa kuseleke ndibonakala ndithe suya ebusweni bam, ndiyayazi uba ndisemoyeni nje kakuhle.
I meet Solwana, one of the Ngoko cultural leaders, who tells me about the tradition.
Let me put it in my language. Umngokolo ubaluleke kakhulu kuthi thina xa sisombele. Kuba ufana nento yoba ugalele ukutya ityiwa ekutyeni ukuze ukutya kube nencasa. It means that without salt, the food is tasteless. So the overtone is like a salt in the food. So that's the reason why it's so very important in our life. And when the people are singing, so they like to sing with the overtone sing.
The chant comes from deep within the throat, resonates in the mouth cavity, and a skilled overtone chanter can generate 3 tones at the same time. It is subtle but very clear when you pick it up. The instruments are similar to what we've seen with the San, as there is an ancient connection between these peoples, but they are played differently. What strikes me is that these instruments match the overtone on a similar vibration, which makes the music all the more easy to receive. You just need to listen closely. It's this sound that I hope to bring back to the studio to add to my fusion.
It is the prayer song. Sometimes when the things they go bad in our society, we slaughter the cow and the goat for the ancestors to beg them to speak with God on our behalf. Then that song we sing on that occasion. The drum, the big one, is called it Sigubu or Igubu. It's used by the diviners. It acts as a voice of ancestors. It's a link between the living and the dead. So it's a voice of ancestors that is calling God to come and help us. That is the drum. When we have problems in our society, the only solution is to play music. Then music sometimes is making everything, it's solving everything, making everything become better. The bows, we use them as a lullaby instrument. During the apartheid era, the old ladies, they played those bows in order to console the women, that is the younger women, while their husbands are in the urban areas working for those long years, 2 years, 3 years, as immigrant laborers. And it was also used to make the young ones to fall asleep. Then we have the mouth bows, umkhube. Those bows were used as a hunting instrument during the day by the San people, because we inherited them from the San. They were used as a bow and arrow. But at night they changed it and make the magical instrument to play music. So those mouth bows, they are used to play music, to fasten the job by the younger ladies. Most of our music we inherited from when we intermingled with the San. So we inherited our music from the San. The river itself here, there was a river called Ngoko River. The village is named after the river. And the Ngoko was the chieftainess of the San people. So the area itself was occupied by the San people. So when that is the Xhosas arrived here, the first people to occupy this place was San. So that when we get intermingled, then we take some of their culture and they also, so we share some of the other things. For an example, the bows, they don't belong to us. They were an instrument of music. So our music, so very, very old.
I look forward to the privilege of playing with the ngoko. It is this kind of indigenous music that inspires me and guides me on my own musical path.
Mandela, siyabulela kakhulu ngakho konke othe wasenzela khona.
Words fail to capture the true gravity of the loss of what we are going through.
Nam ndiyawuthi xa ndibalisela izizukulwane ezilandelayo ndibalise ndithi ndithetha ngomntu endakhe ndambona.
From the bottom of my heart, for me, I just want to thank him for the golden heart that he's had and for wearing that smile like it is a total platinum suit.
Ek dink ons almal kan opkyk na hom toe en net wees soos hy was.
I remember him as a man who once said that it seems impossible until it's done.
I'd like to thank him for teaching us that it is possible to break out of your circumstance.
I think for everything we've pursued in our lives, we can be testament to that.
And for me, he represents all the possibilities.
And I will forever hold him dear to my heart, and definitely he's a man that my children need to know about later in life.
Thank you for your courage.
The only thing I can say now is that I'm very thankful. I am today because they faced the monster and said never and never again. And we are grateful.
Those leadership qualities, not carrying that grudge.
Thank you, Tata, for embodying true leadership. And not in words, but in action.
And I pray that a part of whatever you had in my daily living, I have it.
Ngokwasemoyeni ke Popsi lo mcilo wethu ninothi uzweni ufumane okanye umuntu ahlala pheca kwami andizi ba into lento ndiyenzayo okanye ndiyenza njani okanye bandibethe yathi ndilibetha njani la isithini lengoma yini uba ndiyanqokola afuna umamela ba ndiqala isuka phi lento ndiyenzayo yomnqokolo Pop andimxelele ke ngoba lento iqala apha izophuma apha.
How would you pass that tradition on to the children so that they can continue with this beautiful work that you are doing?
Ukukhula kwabantwana, ukufunda kwabo, bafunde apha kuthi. Babona ba omama bahamba njani na. Saya ke ngosathe abantwana bethu sathi ke umntana uzaba abazi ubudala bakhe. Kufuneka aqale phaya ezantsi. Azonyuka athi azokufikelela kule ndawo sikuya abazi ubomi bakhe. Uba bunjani na. Kuba ubomi bakho kufuneka kubusuke ezantsi ekukhuleni kwakho xa uzalwa ngumama wakho. Wazi uba ngokuzalwa lo mntana uzawuthi ukukhula kwakhe akhule abone ezantombi ahambe kunye nazo afumane ububomi obudala azofumana into obumtshotsho azofumana lento siyenza yalo mngqoko lokuba lokhu usuka kulamtshotsho ebusuka abazali bakhe atsho ke ngolomntana anyuke nalento abazi ubomi bakhe ba apho bukhoyo ubomi bam abukho busiqobhokeni busesixhoseni sakwantu akhule ke lo mntana esezezi ngoma ezazi ke unguye ngoku uphiliswa yilento nobuya hamba aqonda uba ndombela ingoma ethile iyandiphilisa emoyeni wami ngondihamba endisenza le ngoma pops ndiyayazi ba iyandiphilisa apha emoyeni wami nomntana ke kungoku njalo kuba uzawukhala le ngoma uyenzayo akhule nayo aqonda iyamphilisa naye kuba ebeyithathe bazali ndicinga lofuna ndiqokelele wonke umntana omncane ndibafundise ezinto ndizenzayo bazokwazi ndithi mina nxa ndihleli phansi basheke beqhubekeka naso
Ashe.
Music is like something which is uniting all the people, different cultures with different roots. So if the government can take care of all the types of indigenous music, not only indigenous music, but the music at large. So it's uniting the different people from the different cultures. So South Africa, it can have a future because music is making the people to be happy.
Is this music being passed over to the younger generation?
Yes. The mamas, they teach them how to play the mouth bow, how to play the umkhube, how to play the stolotolo, that's the Jews harp, and how to play inkinge. There are a group of the 15 young ladies which are still they are undergoing their education.
Ashe, ashe. Ashe, ashe. Go be
The one other culture I know of that does overtoning are the Tibetans. So it's interesting that the next community will be meeting are Buddhists, Taiwanese and Chinese Buddhists, who have established the largest temple in Africa, in Bronkhorstspruit, and made it their home.
Remember him as a man who once said that it seems impossible until it's done.
I'd like to thank him for teaching us that it is possible to break out of your circumstance.
I think for everything we've pursued in our lives, we can be testament to that.
And for me, he represents all the possibilities.
And I will forever hold him dear to my heart, and definitely he's a man that my children need to know about later in life.
Mandela embodies courage.
He never wanted to take the credit for himself.
He is a man who has taught us the importance of giving selflessly.
He embodies selflessness, the ability to look beyond one's own needs, one's own desires, and do what needs to be done for society as opposed to just myself.
That name is mentioned, Mandela. Everybody wants peace.
When you talk of peace, you think of Umtata.
Everybody wants hope. Everybody wants forgiveness.
When we talk of forgiveness, you think of Tata. When you talk of love, you think of Tata.
He was a revolutionary in that sense.
I'm just thinking the way he just loves everybody. I can't explain that. I really can't.
We are at peace now. He's at peace, and let peace prevail.
The Nanhua Temple is a grand complex of ornate buildings designed on the principles of ancient Chinese architecture, set on a large plot of land in Bronkhorstspruit, an hour north of Pretoria. The Taiwanese and Chinese have established Nanhua as a base for their community living in South Africa, and also to share with Africa the teachings of Buddhism. I am here visiting the biggest Buddhist temple in Africa. I'll be speaking to the abbot and members of the congregation to learn about their tradition and also be listening to their music. Besides cultural festivals throughout the year, the temple hosts several meditation retreats where one can come to learn to quiet the mind. Buddhist chanting speaks directly to that process, bringing inner peace to oneself through contemplation and reflection, through prayer and mantras, which are repetitive chants. Mantras are often sung over and over again for a long period of time, and it is both the meaning of the words being chanted as well as the repetition that brings one to that still place. The instruments in the temple serve to guide the choir in their mantras, to help keep a consistent pace of clarity. Some instruments, like this giant drum, seem to be used to blow back any form of inner distraction. I understand that this drum is used to dispel the shadow side. I can see how. Buddhist mantras are deliberately monotonal. This kind of sound is not intended to excite one's being, but rather to calm the senses, to go beyond thought. I meet Duman Hing, who shares some ideas with me about Buddhism.
We believe chanting is another form of meditation. And we are praying that we are inviting the Buddha to come to our Dharma function. We are visualizing, some people close their mind, they are visualizing that Buddha are coming to our Dharma function to join us, to bring us more strength, and to let us to have more kindness and peace. When we do it in a group chanting, we believe it will have a mystical power and a stronger spiritual power, bring us closer to Buddha, first of all. Secondly, and it will bring peace to all the sentient beings. And we deeply believe, that it's good for our practice to purify our mind. Some people prefer to chant alone in their own prayer room. It steadies the mind, bring peace to their own home, and remind them of the Dharma teaching. But sometimes during Dharma functions, every disciple, all the disciple comes to pray. We believe they'll release a mystical power, and it will be very powerful, very strong, to enable us, to disentangle us from our confusion and fear, and bring us closer to Buddha.
我们既然是一座寺庙，而且是佛教的寺庙，当然代表就是佛教的一个真理。那佛教的真理是什么？其实最重要的就是它是一个慈悲的象征。所以呢，我们佛教盖了这么大的一个建筑物的目的呢，就是要凸显出我们佛教信仰的一个它的精神所在，就是慈悲的象征。所以呢，我们希望来到这个南非，甚至来到这个非洲的土地，所有的人民呢，他需要去接受到佛教的一个滋润。所以当外面的人看到这么大的一个建筑物的时候，当然大家一定会很好奇，哇，这是干什么？这为什么有这么大的建筑物？但他进来之后呢，比如说我们今天来到这个大雄宝殿，我们看到三尊佛像，非常的肃穆， 那你可以感觉到一个非常肃穆宁静的气氛。但在这个肃穆宁静的气氛的时候，你坐下来的时候，就感觉到一个和平，感觉到一种祥和。同时在这里面呢，你可以反省自己。那透过这样的一个反省内观的过程呢，你会产生一种觉照的力量，而这个觉照的力量就会带领我们走向一种和平之路，带领我们走向一种慈悲之路。所以当然这个建筑的目的就是来彰显佛教的哲学，而佛教的哲学就是要让我们生命更圆满、更进化，透过慈悲的修行。
Buddha taught that the true nature of the mind is like a wide open sky, luminous and bright. Thoughts are like clouds, temporary, passing, and often only generated by distraction, so they have no real substance, and yet they control our lives. One can imagine why a sky full of clouds creates a storm. Mantras are intended to help dispel these distracted thoughts in a non-violent way.
我想佛教在这2500多年的历史的传播过程中，佛教一直在传播一种观念，那就是和谐的观念，一种平衡的观念，一种没有暴力的观念。我想这个观念目前在南非，甚至在整个全球人类来讲，它都非常需要，因为它是一个架构在一种互相理解、互相沟通、互相协调、互相尊重所产生出来的一种情操。我相信所有人类都需要，我相信这是佛教最终的理想。我想佛教呢进到这个非洲啊，其实已经有100年的历史。但是呢，真正佛教啊，尤其是我们中国佛教，进到南非呢，其实是从1992年开始。1992年的时候，这个布朗霍斯特市的市长啊，达特塞内狗到了我们佛光山，然后邀请我们佛光山啊，能够派驻法师来到南非建寺。所以严格来讲，中国佛教是从1992年开始进到这个南非的。
The choir members have a range of voices, from higher octaves to lower bass, that create a broad resonance and an effective harmony.
其实南非目前华人大概有将近30万到40万之间。其实严格来讲，华人大部分都属于佛教的信仰。当然，这样的一个佛教信仰人口来讲，基本上华人大概就有30多万的人口。但是呢，像南华寺目前在南非呢有大概6个据点，包含在约翰尼斯堡，包含在纽卡索、布鲁方登、德本、Cape Town 跟 Lady Brown， 我们都有这样的一个分支机构。所以原则上，我们经过这几年来的努力，也有很多的当地的这些信仰人口不断的在增加。甚至于南非不是只有我们这样的一个佛教团体，包含藏传佛教，包含南传佛教，包含不同派系的一个佛教团体。所以我相信，当然很难严格来说到底有多少人口，但是我相信南非的佛教人口是不断的在增加，信仰的人口是不断的在增广的。
By working on a fusion with these disciplined Buddhist chanters, I hope to not only merge with their ancient intonation, I would be happy to also take some of their peace into my soul.
We're a very selfless man who sacrificed most of his time and most of his time away from his family to fight for what is right.
I would love to say thank you so much for your gift, for your selflessness, and for your sacrifice.
And I think the lesson that I'll take from him is the ability for a man to be selfless, and how that act can just have a broader and bigger impact.
Thank you.
And I'll remember him as a man who once said that it seems impossible until it's done.
I'd like to thank him for teaching us that it is possible to break out of your circumstance.
I think for everything we've pursued in our lives, we can be testament to that.
And for me, he represents all the possibilities.
And I will forever hold him dear to my heart, and definitely he's a man that my children need to know about later in life.
Thank you for your courage.
The only thing I can say now is that I'm very thankful. I am today because they faced the monster and said never and never again. And we are grateful.
Those leadership qualities, not carrying that grudge.
Thank you, Tata, for embodying true leadership. And not in words, but in action.
And I pray that a part of whatever you had in my daily living, I have it.
That name is mentioned, Mandela. Everybody wants peace.
When you talk of peace, you think of Umtata.
Everybody wants hope. Everybody wants forgiveness.
When we talk of forgiveness, you think of Tata. When you talk of love, you think of Tata.
He was a revolutionary in that sense.
I'm just thinking the way he just loves everybody. I can't explain that. I really can't.
We are at peace now. He's at peace, and let peace prevail.
I'll give an example of what I'll play. Yeah? So I've made it good. So this is basically the melody. The physical vibration of someone chanting sends a pulsation throughout the body that has an effect of relaxation on the muscles and tissues, which further helps to settle oneself into a place of centered calm.
sacred music, or we call the chanting, plays a very, very important role in our religion and in our praying. It goes back to when Sakyamuni Buddha, during his teaching and preaching time with his disciples, from praying and gradually develop into the sacred music. Doesn't matter the wording or the phrase, the rhythm, so long as it's peaceful and very tranquil, that will definitely bring us together. That will make us to start understanding or knowing each other better. Sometimes I feel very inspired. Sometimes I feel very sad. Depends on also on the mood. After visualization, sometimes I just want to do whatever the Buddha told us to try to reach higher, practice or cultivate myself higher, to reach closer to the awakened stage.
There is a broad foundation for a fusion of sounds between the Buddhist and the Ngoko. It's just this kind of merging of worlds that speaks to me.
Umtata Madiba was 'n inspirasie vir ons almal. Hy het ons geleer van deursettingsvermoë en van vergifnis. En bo alles liefde vir jou naaste.
His long walk to freedom has set us all free.
We've lost a father, we've lost a great man, and we own that Madiba memory.
Ons gaan hom mis.
We love you, Tata.
Our president said the nation has lost a son and we have lost a father. But his legacy lives on. That means he'll always be remembered.
It's such a bittersweet, confusing moment, I think, for all of us. You know, we want to celebrate. At the same time, there's this just feeling of finality that is just so heart-wrenching.
We got to celebrate his life.
There is a broad foundation for a fusion of sounds between the Buddhist and the Ngoko. Both have coming aspects. Both are repetitious. The beauty here, the opportunity, is that one is so deeply African and the other so intrinsically Eastern. It's just this kind of merging of worlds that speaks to me.
seleke ndidibanisa izinyanya zam ndizama ukuthandaza xa nditshintshile apha ebusweni bam. Xa seleke ndibonakala ndithe suya ebusweni bam ndiyayazi uba ndisemoyeni nje kakuhle.
Doesn't matter the wording or the phrase, the rhythm, so long as it's peaceful and very tranquil, that will definitely bring us together. So long as it's peaceful. Ixabiso lomculo wenkolo yam uthi nxa ubonileyo usenza uve apha kuwe ngaphakathi uyivele into yenzayo uba imnandi.
uba ndiyanqokola afuna umamela uba ndiqala isuka phi le nto ndiyenzayo yomnqokolo pop. Andimxelele ke ngoba le nto iqala apha izophuma apha.
Doesn't matter the wording or the phrase, the rhythm, so long as it's peaceful.
Music is like something which is uniting all the people, different cultures with different roots.
And very tranquil. That will definitely bring us together.
He became a voice for the people that did not have voices. He is the reason that we are all here united.
Looking at that space and the transformation and everything that happened,
he became a moral giant.
One man's impact can actually be good and can be great.
I hope that we will have more men like him.
To stand for something powerful.
Ons almal nie net in Suid-Afrika nie, maar reg oor die wêreld gaan vir Nelson Mandela verskriklik mis.
And I think that we will always struggle to make sure that the Rainbow Nation lives on.
Our president said the nation has lost a son and we have lost a father. But his legacy lives on. That means he will always be remembered.
It's such a bittersweet, confusing moment, I think, for all of us. You know, we want to celebrate. At the same time, there's this just feeling of finality that is just so heart-wrenching.
We got to celebrate his life.
'Twas grace that taught my heart to feel, and grace my fear relieved. How precious did that grace appear, the hour I first believed. Amazing grace, amazing grace, how sweet the sound, how sweet the sound, I saved the rain, I saved the rain, like me. I was lost, but now I'm found, but now I am found. Was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. I was lost, but now I'm found. Jesus was blind, but
Thank you so much, Tsietsi. Well, a grand send-off is underway at the Waterkloof Air Force Base. Members of the ANC, the Tripartite Alliance, and allied formations from the continent have gathered to wish Umtata Nelson Mandela a fond farewell.
Thanks very much, Ayanda. Well, I'm going to go straight into my interview because I am standing here with Andrew Mlangeni, who is making his way into this particular hall where this send-off is taking place. And Tata, thank you for being with us. And how are you feeling today?
Liana, I feel very well indeed. I mean, I long personally released Madiba. I think you remember there was an article in the newspapers where I said the family should release Madiba. He's been ill for a long time. And I said, let the family release him, let him go. And if you, as a family, releases Madiba, the whole of South Africa will also do so. And you'll go in peace. There was no response for some time. And but I was happy because the chairperson of the ANC, Kumul Balega, also echoed my words and said, no, the time has now come that we should release Madiba. So I'm saying personally, I feel all right because I alone released him. It's sad that we have lost him, but we can't live forever on this planet. No. All of us are going to follow him. And we've got to accept that death is something that is inevitable, my dear. You can't avoid it. You can't avoid death, yes.
Now, you have been given the honor to actually travel in the aircraft with Tata Madiba to his final resting place in Kunu. It's going to land in Umtata. You, together with Ahmed Kutshada, when were you told about this, and how does that make you feel?
Well, it made me feel as if I'm a member of the family, because normally on such occasions, people who accompany the body, it's always the family members. But I think an exception was made in our case, although we are not family members, that we have been together for a long time in prison, and we have become part of the family, sort of. And it really makes me feel great and to accompany Madiba. Yeah.
You talk about family, but when you spent 21 years together, that does make you family. You had no family around you. You were friends. You were family. You were everything to one another. And I mean, this is a big moment for you. I mean, perhaps you were possibly one of the closest people to Mandela through his life.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, my dear. For 26 years, not 21.
Oh, 26 years, okay.
26 years we've been together, and you're right in saying that closeness, that staying together for so long, every minute, every day, made us all one family. And in that sense, yes, we are part of the family. And I think that's one reason why they are saying we should accompany him in the plane, that is, take him down to Kunu.
Tata, did you see him?
Well, not really. I really feel honored, yes.
Did you see him on the Thursday that he died? Did you manage to see him? When was the last time that you saw Madiba alive?
No, the last time I saw Diba was in July.
Okay.
You know, and I was asked to represent South Africa at the United Nations. When, you know, the United Nations declared the 18th of July Madiba's International Day. And I was then asked to go and represent our country and address the United Nations. It was a great honor for me also to do that. But before that, I went to Paris, where United Nations, a structure, a body, I don't know what to call it, of United Nations had also organized a commemoration, 50th commemoration anniversary of the Umkhonto. That's where I started together with Dennis Goldberg on the 16th, I think, of July. But Dennis immediately after that came back to South Africa, and I proceeded to New York to go and address. And that was when I came back. That was the last time I saw Madiba. I never had a chance. I've always been feeling that I must go and see him. But knowing his condition, I said, well, perhaps it's not worth it at this stage, because I know he may not be able to recognize me anymore. Although he did in July. But I said he may not be able to recognize me. But that was not the main issue. That was not the main reason for not visiting him after I came back from the United States. It's only that I didn't have sufficient time. Because I'm still in Parliament, you know, there are a lot of things to be done, and you can't just finish your program altogether.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, it's been an honor talking to you, Tata, and I'm not going to keep you, because I can see everybody's waiting for you to take you inside so you can take your seat, and good luck for these next few days.
Thank you very much, Leah.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to lead him off. Thank you for allowing us to speak to him. I'm now going to be joined by Minister Dlodlo. It's good to see you. We saw you arriving a little bit earlier at this. What an incredible sound coming. I haven't been inside, but I mean, this for the MKs is a very special moment. But I can imagine the feeling inside there. What's it like? Have you been inside?
It is. I'm from inside. It's electric. It's a beautiful send-off to the first Commander-in-Chief of Umkhonto weSizwe, but also the last, Leanne, because you would remember he was the last person who really commanded Umkhonto weSizwe and banned it in a sense.
Now, I beg your pardon, Umkhonto weSizwe, given the honour today of carrying the casket from the cortege into the room, into the hall, and then from out of the hall into the plain where it'll then leave for Umtata. This is very symbolic. I mean, this must be an exceptionally symbolic moment.
No better honor could be bestowed upon a group of people that fought for the liberation of our country under his guidance and under his leadership. Taking him now to his last resting place is an honor that no other could ever get in this time. And I can say that for some of us who are in MKMVA now, it is an extreme honor that we are able to bury the icon that established Umkhonto weSizwe, the icon that uplifted our lives, so to say, the icon that helped the world to understand the struggle of the people of South Africa. So for us, it really is an honor. We take him now to his final resting place, and we can do that with pride.
Just to tell our viewers right now, the procession is now about to arrive at the Wouter Air Force Base. So the cortege making its way here. It's going to arrive, and then at 7 o'clock exactly, it is going to be carried in by the MK veterans into this hall. So you'll see these are the visuals on your screen right now as this makes its way. The cortege makes its way in. Who has actually been selected to carry the casket? Because this is a massive honor, and we saw that when the body was lying in state for the 3 days, we saw the officials from the different heads of the respective departments within the SANDF were given the honor. How were the people that are chosen, given this honor, chosen?
We have a standing ceremonial platoon that does these things. We have a group of pallbearers which form a platoon who carry the coffins and carry out the duties of pallbearers on almost all of the funerals that we have in the ANC. A lot of our leaders have been carried and buried by this platoon.
All right, so it's just something that's put in place.
It is a standing platoon. Yeah.
All right. Any involvement in this official send-off on your side? Will you be speaking at all, or just you be just witnessing it all and being very solemn at this occasion?
Like most South Africans, I'll be watching on the sidelines, but I will be in Kunu for the official burial, and I think the relationship with Nelson Mandela will continue to live in our hearts even when he is gone, because the legacy that he lives with us is a legacy that you can never shake off. It's a legacy that even if you want to look at things differently, it's a legacy that remains in your heart.
What is the future of MKs?
Well, we are a small group of people that are left now. It's a group that doesn't grow. We have been given the honor by the President of the Republic, President Jacob Zuma, that a department that was established to look after the welfare of MK cadres. So now we do all of the things that are
privy to the scenes that may have taken place there during the Defiance campaign. It was definitely quite a sight to behold as the comrade gathered in their numbers today. The ANC faithful to wish Utatu Nelson Mandela a fond farewell. Leanne, having spoken to the ANC's Jackson Mthembu as well, who went into detail at length at the role of the Umkhonto weSizwe military veterans in this particular proceeding and all that they will be doing in honor of Utatu Madiba, their commander-in-chief, who also called upon them to down their arms at the time for peace negotiations. So they are taking an active role in the proceedings today. The hearse there reversing into the premises where Utatu Nelson Mandela's body will be placed there as his comrades and struggle icons wish him farewell. Ahmad Kathrada there. You can see he'll be joined by Andrew Mlangeni. They were both friends, very close friends, and comrades of Madiba, also having been with him there in Robben Island, and they will fly with the body as well as a few family members to Umtata today. They've been given that honor, and Leanne, having spoken to Andrew Mlangeni a little bit earlier, Udadu Mlangeni said that they feel honored and privileged, saying that they feel as if they are family members. I'm going to let the scenes play out now.
Stand still wherever we are. If you are stuck on the corridor there, please just wait and stop there whilst may we all rise and may all the movements cease. Please, even marshals. May I also ask that we all rise for the national anthem, and also those who are moving in between the lines, if they could just please stop. That includes the marshals and the photographers. Thank you very much. Mr. Conductor, please lead us through the national anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May we take our seats. I have not introduced myself. My name is Welin Mkhize. We'll be directing the program together with my colleague, the Deputy Secretary General of the African National Congress, Comrade J.C. Duarte, who will be coming up in the next few minutes. In the meantime, I would like to invite the chaplain, Reverend Mapatswe, and all the leaders of the various faiths to come and lead us in devotion at this point. Thank you very much. May we proceed. Well, this is Reverend Mehana, who's going to be leading us together with Chaplain Mapatswe. Thank you.
We have an apology from the Chief Rabbi of the Jewish faith. We now invite from the African religion, Father Ephraim Tebisa Mapena.
Khamba kuhle kutana yenkutana. Khamba kuhle mbethi makutuva. Usikhonzele kojeqe kwelamathonga. Wenzile umsebenzi wakho. Usikhonzele koshaka. Usikhonzele kongungunyane. Usikhonzele komampuru. Usikhonzele konyabele. Ah, Dalibunga. Ah, Dalibunga. Ah, Dalibunga.
We now invite from the Hindu faith, Senthal Ramea.
Om Bhurvasvaha Sat Savidur Varenyam Palago Devasadi Yo Yo Naha Prashodaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace. On behalf of the community, we extend our condolences, our gratitude, our appreciation to the Mandela family, to the South African government, to the South African nation, to the African continent, to the African nation, to the world at large, for the loss of a great icon, the icon of the century. If we can all emulate and follow into his footsteps, we'll certainly make the world a happy place. And let's all endeavor to follow Madiba's footsteps and make the world one big family. Namaste.
From the Muslim faith, we invite the Deputy President of the Muslim Judicial Council, Sheikh Khabib.
I greet you with a universal greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace and the blessings of God be upon you all. Mr. President, Mrs. Mandela, our beloved Winnie, our former president, all protocol observed. In the history of our latest contemporary history, humanity has produced some outstanding personalities. Ho Chi Minh of Vietnam, Mao Zedong of China, Sukarno of Indonesia, Mahatma Gandhi of India, Fidel Castro of Cuba, and many, many others. And our president, former President Nelson Mandela, stands out as a beacon of freedom, of humanity, and equality. But what is so outstanding about Madiba, Mr. Nelson Mandela, is that in the short period since his release until the end of his presidency, and until he had left the world, which is approximately 20 years, he achieved so many things, and one wonders, how is it possible? In our belief, we believe that if you are sincere and you are on the right path, God extends your time. God blesses your time and your effort. Obviously, he had to have some outstanding people around him. And the few names which I can remember and the organization produced through the years, people like Oliver Tambo, people like Yusuf Dado, Chris Hani, Johnny Makatini, Joe Slovo, Chief Lutuli, Walter Sisulu, Governor Becky, Alfred Zoe, and yourself played that major role collectively in order to bring about this wonderful rainbow nation. And now, we are standing in front of you, and we have to bid you farewell. And we're all sad, because you mean so much to us. We love you. We will always love you, and we will always remember you. But if we want to succeed, as everybody else had said, let us live according to the principles of what Mandela had lived with. And as long as we, the ANC, live up to the standard of the Freedom Charter, we will succeed. Amandla.
We now invite, finally, Chaplain Reverend Joseph Mapacha from the Christian Faith.
Let us pray. Alala ngempilo kaMathiba alala. Phambili ngempilo yandla kaMathiba phambili. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the Almighty God, when we pray, we say, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Kubo bonke Thixo besinabo akekho njengawe. Keno motho ha o mokamedi a renang o bina sefela sereng ke se ke tla tsama eto la ka la o qetela. Pila o ha ke fihla o tlo se ke wa nteleka. Hobane wena o lefika la ka o se tshabelo sa ka. Thixo ndifikile eJordan ka o suse zonke izono zami. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
May the soul of Father Madiba rest in peace and rise in glory. Amen.
Mandla. Long live Comrade Nelson Mandela, long live. Long live the Alliance, long live. Forward to socialism, forward. Comrade Chair, thank you very much. The President and the Deputy President of the Republic, the President of the ANC, the former President, the Mandela family, and the Abatembu, Izithwalwandwe that are here, stalwarts of our liberation movement, members of the ANC NEC, members of the South African Communist Party Central Committee, COSATU Central Executive Committee, SANCO NEC, and all their respective delegates and members, comrades and friends, members of the liberation movement present here, our international comrades who gave solidarity to our movement, our fraternal organizations. We are gathered here to send off one of the finest revolutionaries, indeed, South Africa's greatest son, Siaparangwe President Mandela, to his childhood place to rest eternally. Our main task remains to pick up his spear and continue the struggle. We should more than ever be spurred to consolidate, deepen, defend, and advance our revolution. Our revolution should defeat its detractors. It should be firm and yet caring. It should be ideological and very political. and demanding in its moral force of an example, that which President Mandela stood for and demonstrated. We should forge ahead with radical economic changes to end poverty in our society. This is possible given the resources we have in our country, given the position of our revolution, that we must summon all its strength anchored within the masses to fulfill this mission. We should give no inch to the enemies of our revolution and always remain vigilant, because indeed our revolution itself should be vigilant. Equally, our democracy should be robust and strengthened. This does not mean it must not be firm. It must be firm and yet tolerant, be disciplined, but not be chaotic and anarchic, as sometimes we seem to see. There's discipline in democracy, and there's discipline in the struggle. We also want to emphasize and call on our movement that we must continue to reclaim the revolutionary Nelson Mandela, so that future generations don't just see him as an undefined icon. He is a revolutionary icon. This is important that this context is made and continuously made, so that our revolution can always look at this particular example. We as revolutionaries have a sole mission to serve the people and transform our society, transform the social conditions of the people for the better, to become humane and caring. This is what Umtata stood for and represented. We are also bound by conviction as the advanced detachment of our society to lead them by example. This is what also the revolutionary Madiba was about. We wish we can always remember him as a revolutionary servant of the people, that dedicated militant that established Umkhonto weSizwe, trained as a guerrilla, led its forces, organized all key detachments to advance our revolution. We want to take these few minutes to send our deepest condolences to Mam Crash Machel, to the Mandela family, to the entire Batembu, to the South African nation, the whole African continent and the world, and also to the African National Congress, Mr. President, for giving us this brilliant revolutionary. May you continue to produce many more such revolutionaries, and may his fighting spirit live on. Amandla! Long live the spirit of Comrade Nelson Mandela, long live! Forward with our revolution, forward! Thank you.
Malibongwe. Comrades, we're also joined here by Kurdistan National Congress, the Peace and Democracy Party in Kurdistan, SWAPO, and the Communist Party of Portugal. We are also joined by Mr. Ibrahim Turak, Senator Ibrahim Turak from Nigeria. I would like to invite a member of the South African National Civic Organization to deliver a message of condolence.
Program directors, the President of the African National Congress, the Deputy President of the African National Congress, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, the former President of the Republic of South Africa, Comrade Thabo Mbeki, leaders of the ANC, SACP, COSATU, and SANCO, the leadership of the ANC leagues, the veterans leagues, the MKVA, the ANC Women's League, the ANC Youth League, the Youth Formation, leaders of government, leaders of the religious fraternity, the business fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. SANCO is here to pay the last respect to our father, our leader, our teacher, and our commander. We are here to thank the Mandela family for allowing Tata to serve the nation. We thank Mama Winnie for the support she gave to Umtata esejele nokukhulisa kwakhe abantwana eyedwa kwakhona futhi ehlukunyezwa kunjalo. We also want to thank Umama Ugrasa Mashel for caring for Umtata kuze kube sekugcineni. Siyabonga mama. To Umtata, we want to say you have taught us to be responsible citizens. When you launched the Masakane campaign in February 1995, you said it should be an ongoing campaign. You also said rights come with responsibilities. SANCO is recommitting to revive the Masakane campaign to address mainly issues of community responsibilities, including community ownership to community facilities, preventing vandalism, and ensuring that even when we protest, we do not destroy what has already been given to us. We are also committing to mobilize communities to pay for services by those who can afford to pay. We are committing to mobilize communities against poverty, inequalities, and underdevelopment. We would want to see a reduced number of poor families in the social grant and indigent register. Zezo zinto Tata osifundise zona. Sohlala siziqhuba singuSANCO sifundiswe nguwe. Hamba kahle Tata, siyabulela.
Amandla. But in Kubo, some years back, when I was only a youngster, I used to hear youth in Soweto shouting, Amandla! And I used to think I was the popular kid because my name was being shouted. But more profound, they used to also say, Viva Mandela, viva! And I used to say my name, my surname, in the same day. I must be very important. Naive I was, because I was just a 9-year-old boy. Patin Kubo, Divumele Ntatel Tuba, Kahlela, umongameli wam, mongameli womzantsi Afrika, mongameli we-ANC, Umtaka Nxamalala umsholozi, Phunyuka bemphethe. Ubawo uZuma, ongumongameli welizwe lakowethu, nomongameli we-African National Congress. Ndivumele ndithathe lithuba ubulisa losuka uba ngumongameli womzantsi Afrika nomongameli we-African National Congress, Jamakas Jadu, Zizele Mnyama nenkomo zalo. Bawumbeki, tivumele, tikhahlele ku-leadership ye-ANC, yonke, tikhahlele ku-NEC, tikhahlele ku-National Working Committee, namalungu onke ombutho we-African National Congress. Manthathe lithuba ukhahlela kwi-Tripartite Alliance, SACP, iCOSATU, kanye neSANCO. Kwingwevu nengwevukazi ezilapha phakathi kwethu, kumzi wakowethu endithunywa nguwo, mzi kaMandela, mzi kaNkosi uMphakanyiswa, mzi kaDalbunga. Kubazili bonke umlisela nomthinjana, kumama uNobandla, nomama uNosizwe, ndiyabulisa kunonke egameni likaYesu Kristu, amen. Ndithunywa likhaya uba ndifunde i-obituary yengwevu yakowethu endingumzukulwana wayo. Ndicele amadoda onke aphakame xa sizawukhahlela enkosini. Sawukhahlela kathathu njengesiko. Adalbunga, Adalbunga, Adalbunga. Singahlala. The obituary of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela reads as follows. Unkosi uDalbunga Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, the father of our nation and one of the world's greatest icons, was born in Mvezo Komkhulu, a tiny village on the banks of Mpashe River in Transkei, on the 18th of July, 1918, to Unkosi Umphakanyiswa Gadla Mandela, kanye nentombi kaNkedama, umama uNosekeni Nongaphi Mandela. His father was the key counselor or advisor to Abatembu Royal House. After his father's death in 1927, the young Rolihlahla became the ward of Chief Jongintaba Dalindyebo, the acting regent of the Tembu nation. It was the Tembu Royal Homestead that his personality, values, and political views were shaped. There can be no doubt that the young man, Unkosi uDalbunga, went on to bring about some of the most significant and remarkable changes in South Africa's history and politics. It is through the grandson of Mandela that the world cast its eyes on South Africa and took notice of the severe and organized repression of black South Africans. Yet it was also through Mandela that the world would learn the spirit of endurance and the triumph of forgiveness and the beauty of reconciliation. Indeed, the story of the son of Nkosi Mphakanyiswa, that of Nelson Mandela, is so much more the story of South Africa. When he was only 25 years old, Unkosi Dalpunga joined the African National Congress. His political career would spend decades more. As himself said, I quote, "The struggle is my life," unquote. The young Mandela also qualified and practiced as a lawyer. Together with Ubau Oliver Reginald Tambo, he opened the first black legal practice in Johannesburg, known as Mandela and Tambo Associates. Mandela married intombi yasemaqwathini u-Evelyn Nomathamsanqa Mase in 1945. They were married for 14 years and had 4 children. uThembekile, born in 1946. uMakaziwe wokuqala, born in 1947, who died at 9 months. Makhatu Lewanika Mandela, being my father, was born in 1950, and uMakaziwe Phumla Mandela was born in 1954. The couple divorced in 1958. He was instrumental in the formation of the radical African National Congress Youth League in the 1940s, which was determined to change the face of politics. Umzukulwana kaMandela was elected the League's National Secretary in 1948 and President in 1952. Much of the years that followed saw uMandela deeply involved in activism, rallying for political change against the increasingly aggressive apartheid government. He was a key player in the ANC's campaign for the defiance campaign of unjust laws in 1952 and the treason trial in 1961. During this time, he was incarcerated several times under the apartheid laws and banned from political activism. Realizing that the ANC needed to prepare for more intensive struggle, he became an instrumental force behind the formation of a new section of the liberation movement, Umkhonto Wesizwe, MK, as popularly known, as an armed nucleus with a view to preparing for armed struggle. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela was the commander-in-chief of MK. On the 14th of June 1958, Unkosi Dalpunga and Umamu Nobandla Winnie Madikizela were married at a local Bizana church. They had 2 children, Uzenani, born in 1958, and Ujinjisha, born in 1960. In April 1992, they were separated and finally divorced in 1996. He left the country in 1962, disguised as David Motsamai, and traveled abroad to arrange guerrilla training for members of Umkhonto Wesizwe. On his return to South Africa, he was arrested for illegally exiting the country and inciting a strike. Mandela decided to represent himself in court. While on trial, he was charged with sabotage in the Rivonia trial. This is the famous statement from the doc made in 1964. I quote, "I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die." Close quote. In the same year, Mandela and the other accused were sentenced to life imprisonment in the Rivonia trial and sent to Robben Island near Cape Town. While in prison, Nkosi Dalpunga rejected offers made by his jailers to be released on condition he would renounce violence. I quote, "Prisoners cannot encounter into contracts. Only free men can negotiate," close quote, he said. He served a total of 27 years in prison for his conviction to fight apartheid and its injustices. Released on the 11th of February 1990, Nkosi Dalpunga plunged wholeheartedly into his life's work, striving to attain the goals he and others had set out almost 4 decades earlier. In 1991, at the first national conference of the ANC held in inside South Africa, Comrade Mandela was elected president of the ANC, while his lifelong friend and colleague, Ubao Oliver Reginald Tambo, became the organization's national chairperson. In a life that symbolizes the triumph of the human spirit, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela accepted the 1993 Nobel Peace Prize along with the former President F.W. de Klerk on behalf of all South Africans who suffered and sacrificed so much to bring peace in our land. The era of apartheid formally came to an end on April 27, 1994, when Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela voted for the first time in his life along with his people. However, long before that date, it had become clear to us as a nation, even before the start of the negotiations at the World Trade Center in Kempton Park, that the ANC was increasingly chanting for the future of South Africans and South Africa. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela was inaugurated as president of a democratic South Africa on the 10th May 1994. This world icon worked tirelessly even after the achievement of democracy in South Africa to continue improving lives, even as he retired from politics. His attention shifted to social issues such as HIV and AIDS and the well-being of the nation's children. As testimony to his sharp political intellect, wisdom, and unrelenting commitment to make the world a better place, Comrade Mandela formed the prestigious group called the Elders, and an independent group of eminent global leaders who offer their collective influence and experience to support peace building, to help address major causes of human suffering and promote the shared interest of humanity. Comrade Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela is survived by his wife, Umamnosizwe Grasa Machel, 3 daughters and 18 grandchildren, with 12 great-grandchildren. My President, for the past 3 days, I have sat with my grandfather while he's been lying in state. I have witnessed his army, I have witnessed his people, I have witnessed ordinary South Africans who walked this long walk to freedom with him. And I can assure the African National Congress today that the future of this country looks bright. Indelendle. Indelendle esihambayo sohlangana ngeFreedom Day. Adalphu mzukulwana kaMandela tholel duna lika Gabhaldudu Stawe sinoboya sakulono machengile khambel nendevu lika Ngubengcuka mzukulwana kaNdaba toka bhexeshilanga usuke elwandle uyoma ngegqili sondwa zintshaba ntshaba zingazumenzana sophitsho ngqolomsila yemyem vela bambhensela mzukulwana kaNdaba kaZondwa kaTato kaMadiba kaHala kaDlomo nto kaNxeko kaMguthi kaNtande kaToyi kaCedume kaBhomoyi kaThembi sithi uqhatso ulifezile lala ngoxolo msukulwana kaMandela thola eliduna likaNkosi uMphakanyiswa Camaka.
Thank you very much, Mandela. It's very hard not to want to break into a revolutionary song. I know you're restraining yourselves, but we thank you for that. Comrades, let's not forget that the values espoused by the African National Congress, carried through by its leaders, in particular in our history and our time, Comrade Oliver Tambo, Comrade Nelson Mandela, Comrade Thabo Mbeki, Comrade Jacob Zuma. Non-racialism, non-sexism, a united and democratic South Africa. Madiba did a lot for women in our country to drive back the chains of patriarchy, and we must never forget that. I now would like to call somebody who is very special to our country, Zahara, to perform a song and a poem for Madiba. Zahara? Oh, okay. We have Mzwaki Mbuli before Zahara. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nina benkayishana kamenzi yaphuza umlaza ngameva. Nina bakamzilikazi kamashobane nina bakasoshanga. Nina bakabheja nephuma esiqwili nina belembe lenqamanye amalebe ngokhalipha nina bakasoshanga. Zihambile izinsizwa kusele izibongo. In 1912, the African National Congress was born. The movement of the people grew from strength to strength, from urban to rural, from rural to the farms, from the farms to the hinterlands, from the hinterlands to the valleys, the African National Congress, the oldest movement in Africa, the greatest survivor, the survivor that survived all episodes and tragedies from assassinations, imprisonment, infiltration, poisoning, trials, tribulations, banning orders, banishment, cross-border raids. 100 years of bitter struggles, 100 years of exploitation and oppression, 100 years against injustice and tyranny. The ANC for better life, the ANC for poverty alleviation, the ANC for service delivery, the ANC for total emancipation. The movement produced time-tested leaders, the movement of the people, the movement of visionaries, visionaries that formed Umkhonto weSizwe, the spear of the nation, the People's Army, affectionately known as MK. MK unleashed telling blows to apartheid regime. We salute the first Commander-in-Chief of Umkhonto weSizwe, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. We salute the first black president of a democratic South Africa. We salute Oliver Reginald Tambo. We salute the movement, the presidents of this movement, John Langalibalile Dube, Chief Albert Lutuli Madlan, Duna Sefako Mahato, Zakaria Mashobane, Josiah Kumete, Pixliga Seme, Dr. Kluma, Dr. Moroka, Nelson Mandela, Thabo Mbeki, Jacob Zuma. I speak of Ahmed Kathrada, Andrew Mlangeni, Anthony Lebete. I speak of Archie Kumete, Bram Fischer, Pierre Sonoti, Billionaire. I speak of Chris Hani, Chris Tlamini, Dennis Colbert, Tumanokwe. I speak of Yusuf Dudu. I speak of Elias Motsoaledi, Elijah Pachai, Governor Mbeki, Griffiths Mklenga. I speak of the Lion of Midlands, Harry Kwala, Jimmy Matthews, Joe Kabi, Joe Solofo, Johnny Makatini, Laluchiba. I speak of Matthew Goniwa, Sparrow Mkonto, Fort Talata. I speak of Moses Mabida, Moses Kotane, Dr. Neka, Oscar Mpeta, Achi Kumete, Raymond Mhlaba, Sol Kaplati, Bishop Trevor Hutterstein. I speak of Wisilemini, Kainga and Mkaba, Walter Sisulu, Wilton Mkwai, Z.K. Matthews. I speak of Imbogoto, Atileti Tambo, Amina Kachalia, Albertina Sisulu, Baleka Mpete, Petwa, Charlotte Matlege, Dorothy Nyembe, Finiti Nora, Greta Ngapai, Helen Joseph, Gertrude Sope, Juni Mlangeni. I speak of Jesse Duarte, Lilian Ngoi, Nomvula Mokonyana, Nkosasa, Natamini Zuma, Ritanzanga. I speak of Reverend Mutale Pula Chabako, Ruth Mampati, Rahima Musa, Ray Alexander, Sophie Williams, Sister Benedict Ngube. I speak of Tandi Modise, Vesta Smith, Winnie Matikizela Mandela. I speak of the young lions, Andrew Zondo, Peggy Mlangeni, Pani Mulukwane, Mtutuzi Koma, Marcus and Montimutawung, Solomon Galushi Machango, Peter Mukaba, the stalwarts, the veterans, the heroes, the reverend from Rivonia to Rebeladen prison, from Pozumo prison to Victor Verster prison. I dedicate this poem to the heroes of our struggle. From prison to prison, Governor Mbeki was released and could not be quoted. I dedicate this poem to the stars of our struggle. From prison hospital to restrictions, Harry Kwala released both arms paralyzed and could not be quoted. I dedicate this poem to the heroes of our struggle. From Rivonia to prison, from Pozumo prison to Verster prison, Nelson Mandela's release became the swan song of the regime. 30 tricks from delaying tactics. I dedicate this poem to the heroes of our struggle. Let me dedicate my poetic praise to the leadership of this movement, the leadership that stood the test of time, the leadership that stood the test of time, like the baobab tree. They survived all kinds of weather, like gold and diamond. They have gone through the fires of time. I dedicate this poem to the family units of our struggle, families that suffered, persevered, and conquered, families that have gone through degrees of hardships, families whose widows, whose husbands, whose wives become widows, while their husbands remained alive in the dances of hell. I dedicate this poem to the persecuted families of our struggle. From Rivonia, seconds became minutes, minutes became hours, hours became days, days became months, months became years, again years became weeks, weeks became hours. Then prison doors and gates were wide open. From Reagan administration to Thatcherism, this movement was labeled a terrorist organization. No, I call them combatants. I call them heroes. I call them veterans of our struggle. I dedicate this poem to the heroes of our struggle. My praising cannot be complete unless I dedicate my poetic praise to Comrade Oliver Reginald Tambo. O for organize, R for regiments, T for take over. The movement of the people survived. All kinds of tragedies, from infiltration to ambush, from ambush to betrayal, from betrayal to resistance, from resistance to resilience, from resilience to power and freedom.
Thank you very, very much. Never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another and suffer the indignity of being the skunk of the world. That's our President, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Further acknowledgements of our guests from all over the world: Portugal, the Communist Party of Portugal, from Reunion Island, the Reunion Communist Party, Sri Lanka, the Global Tamil Forum, from Sweden, the Party of European Socialists, Sweden, the SDP, from Sweden also we have Sweden Development Agency, from UK, the Labour Party, from the USA, the Anti-Apartheid Movement, and the Rainbow Push with Reverend Jess Jackson. International other guests. In total, we've got more than 35 organizations represented. Of course, we want to thank all of them for being with us, and we want to proceed with our program. I do want to thank all those who have come forward to observe a guard of honor. And at this point, comrades, I'd like to give you a chance to sing a revolutionary song. I will not start unless you don't. Oh Mandela lo, oh Madiba lo, oh President, oh Madiba yo, my President, my President, my President, my President, my President, oh Madiba yo, my President, oh Mandela lo, my President, my President, my President, my President, my President, oh Mandela lo, my President, oh Madiba yo, my President, my President, my President, my President, my President. At this point, comrades, I'd like us to welcome the President of the African National Congress, the President of South Africa, Comrade J.G. Zuma. Manda! Nelson Mandela, Sabela, Oya Bezos. Nelson Mandela, Sabela, Oya Bezos. Oso Bezos, Magere, O Bezos, Makomanda, O Bezos, Magere, O Bezos, Makomanda, Nelson Mandela, Oya Bezos, Nelson Mandela, Oya Bezos, Oso Bezos, Magere, O Bezos, Makomanda, Ata! President Jacob Zuma.
Thank you, comrades. Directors of the program, fortunately for me, you did not say how much I must speak. This is the morning and celebration of our leader. Ningalobothi futhi ningidonse ngebhantshi la ngemva. Mama Grasa Machel, Mama Matigizela, Winnie Mandela, abathembu bonke odlomo, members of the National Executive Committee of the ANC and the leadership of the Alliance, former President of the ANC and of the country, Thabo Mbeki, Deputy President of the ANC, Deputy President of the state, traditional leaders who are with us and religious leaders, political parties coming from all over the world and from our country, veterans of the struggle, comrades and friends. Comrades, since the day our leader departed, we have, in a very special way, remembered him. Not only us, but the whole world. We have received messages of condolences from all over the world, but from our country as well. It has been an unprecedented morning of the pouring of love and support to this icon. The state has played its part. It is still continuing to play its part in honor of this great leader. Today, the African National Congress and the Alliance are here in this ceremony to send our leader off to the Eastern Cape at Kunu, where he came as a young man to Johannesburg. Johannesburg that made him to grow to this towering leader of our people. So many things have been said about Madiba because he has done so many things. He has distinguished himself so many times in everything you can think of. Madiba, the man of action. He combined two things that is not easy to do, to combine theory and practice. He did it more than many. Madiba, the first national volunteer-in-chief of the ANC during the Defiance campaign. When the ANC took the decision to embark on campaigns beginning with the Defiance campaign of the unjust laws, they could not see any other than Madiba, because the ANC had reached the point of action in its policy of non-violent struggle. He led the volunteer corps successfully, as he has always repeated, to ensure that the unjust laws were not accepted by the oppressed people and that they needed to change. Madiba, who always spent time to think about the struggle and plan about the struggle, was one of those who authored the M plan. When there was a realization that the apartheid regime was becoming more vicious with time, he argued that we needed to change the method of work. We could no longer continue in the manner in which we had been continuing. We must have disciplined structures for the ANC to survive the onslaught from the apartheid regime. That was the period when the ANC had decided to undertake militant action, not just to be soft, but to be militant. The period of non-violent struggle moved to the highest stage, and as it developed, as the mobilization was stronger, the apartheid regime increased its repression and brutality. What it used to do, which Madiba himself went through, banning individuals not to talk, house arresting some, it finally banned the organizations in 1960. When the organization was banned in 1960, after a period of persuasion to the regime for a long time, of course, the ANC leadership had seen that the situation was changing. Before 1960, in 1959, the ANC took a decision to campaign in the world, to mobilize the world to isolate South Africa. And that decision was articulated his president at the time, President Luthuli, who said, you could not, as a world, have relations with South Africa that was brutally suppressing and oppressing its people. And that South Africa must be isolated, sanctioned by the world, and called upon mainly the big countries in the world and said they must show their bigness by understanding this, that you cannot strengthen in trade and otherwise a state that was racist and brutal to its citizens. It was the following year that a decision by the regime was taken to ban all political parties, and therefore saying the struggle should come to an end. A very intense debate took place, organized and unorganized. The young people felt the time had come to do something. What should we do with the banning of our organization? Should we change the name? Some of the volunteers felt we should defy the enemy. Let us continue operating as the ANC. If need be, we go to jail. Because if we change the names, they might do what they were doing in the then Rhodesia, where names had been changed of organization. The debate was, it was not the name, it was the ideals that the organization stood for. And therefore the ANC decided to do what the South African Communist Party had done 10 years before 1960, to go underground with an intense debate of what to do. And the debate was, let us change the method of struggle. But there are two decisions that the ANC took at the time which became very critical for the struggle to continue. One was to implement the call made in 1959 to mobilize the world. That campaign was taken so serious that only the deputy president had to be sent out of the country to lead that campaign in the name of our leader and president, Oliver Tambo. A decision therefore was taken. He should leave the country to establish what was then called the ANC External Mission, to mobilize the world. In other words, to implement the decision that the world must isolate South Africa. He left the country. When he saw the enormity of the task, he thought he needed some of the most powerful leaders to come and join him, and requested that one of our icons and powerful leaders, Moses Kotane, should be allowed to join him. And many other leaders joined him afterward. That was the start of a campaign that connected our struggle to the world, led by this outstanding leader, our President, OR. In the process of the debate, the ANC came to a decision that we must take up a different method of struggle, the armed struggle. Of course, carefully discussed at the first level as sabotage actions, etc. And we must form a military wing in Conceptualizing, because the ANC as an organization on its own could not turn itself into a military organization. And that this organization must be born in its own right and name, and it must put itself at the disposal of the ANC. When that came, the situation was changing in the country. You needed brave people. You needed people of action. You needed people who could strategize, hardworking. The only name that was identified by the ANC was the name of Nelson Mandela. To begin this new arm of struggle, the armed struggle. These two colleagues and comrades who had worked together were the two among many who were given very distinct tasks to undertake, to lead, whilst the ANC, in broad terms, went underground to operate. Thus, Mandela, who was one of those who argued very vehemently for the change of the strategy, together with his comrade and friend and brother, one of our leaders as well, whom both O.R. Tambo and Madiba referred to as their senior, Walter Sisulu. Madiba debated this with Sisulu first, even before it was discussed in the formal structures. And it is also interesting that when they raised the idea for the first time in the leadership, it was kicked out. In fact, some of the senior leaders thought this was almost bordering to adventurism. And Umtata Sulu, with Madiba, two of them saying, "Where did we go wrong?" And he said, "We made a mistake. We should have lobbied Moses Kotane first." That must tell you how powerful Moses Kotane was. A man we still have to celebrate. A man who could argue his way, and it was difficult to argue against. So as always, Tata Sulu said, "Madiba, go and have tea with Moses Kotane and persuade him." Strategies and the man of the people, Tata Sisulu, understood Madiba's strengths, One of the specialists of Tata Sulu was to understand the strengths of the comrades he worked with. Madiba had something powerful. He had the capacity to persuade. He could persuade people to a point and make them understand where he comes from. I recall a small conversation at some point abroad when somebody in the country that I'm not going to mention was very difficult. Very difficult. OR had met him and he agreed the man is difficult. He said, this man will only be convinced by Madiba when he comes out of prison. Because nobody can argue against Madiba. And indeed, Madiba went to our leader, Moses Kotane, and argued the point more strongly, to a point that Moses Kotane began to see the logic of it and said, raise the matter in the next meeting of the leadership. That's when a huge debate began, and Madiba was at the center of it. Perhaps because he was a man of action and he had argued so much. And by the way, it was not just argued in the National Executive Committee meeting only. Once that decision was taken, the ANC said we must go and raise the matter with the entire alliance, not the current alliance, the tripartite, a different one, Congress alliance. It was debated there and finally agreed. And once it was agreed, as I said, it was Madiba himself who was then asked to establish this military wing. And thus he became the first commander-in-chief of Umkhonto weSizwe. The debate was, much as we have followed the non-violent struggle kind of method, it was clear that the enemy was not going to respond to this. We therefore have to use a different language that would be understood, but beginning with it very carefully. And it is again important to note that when Madiba did anything was very thorough. The first actions of MK were not supposed to have any casualty in the form of people dying. So it was not going to spill blood at the beginning. Sabotage actions were sending a message to the regime. So the policy of MK that was carefully crafted, in fact, it is the one that made the judge in the Rivonia trial find it very difficult, among others, to sentence them to death. But of course, the struggle developed. And as you know, Madiba played a major role. Madiba, the strategist. Madiba had the gift of seeing things and concentrate on what he has seen and talk about it and clarify it. Good in working on tactics, and indeed a powerful legal person. As many will remember, in 1962, when he was tried for the first time, where he was convicted for 5 years. When he was accused, he accused the regime and said, I'm a black man in a white man's court, and therefore there will be no fairness in the trial. Madiba, the man of peace, but the revolutionary, was not prepared to wait for peace one day to come because we talk about it. Who felt we needed to take action. And he was one of those who was in the leadership of action. At times, people are mistaken that for the ANC to declare armed struggle, it was becoming an organization that was not interested in peace. But no, the ANC was saying in order to quicken peace in South Africa, we had to take that decision. As again put very briefly by our former president, Chief Luthuli, who said, the road to freedom is via the cross. That captures this policy. That for us to get to peace and freedom, we had to via the armed struggle. That's why Madiba, again the man of action, after more than 2 decades in prison, he began to want to put sense to the regime and started talking to the regime. Very interesting indeed, because at the same time he was beginning this process, it was at the same time that Oliver Tambo was also beginning to send his cadres to probe on this issue. Much as one was on Robben Island or was in prison, the other was not in prison. Madiba believed in unity. This is what he preached. This is what he worked for, to unite people in the country, in the continent. His wish was that if only people in the world were united. He believed in reconciliation and worked for it as we began the negotiations. But also believed in forgiving to those who would have wronged us, who would have wronged him. Thus, this country was lucky to have a man of that caliber who could negotiate very strongly, but at the same time, remember that all what we're doing was to bring about peace, freedom, and democracy in our country. Very honest, very straightforward, man of integrity. And he believed that if you agree with him, you mean it. And that's the reason why, as we were adjourning CODESA, when former Deputy President de Klerk asked to speak last, and yet he wanted to attack the ANC, when he did so, Madiba, the honest man with integrity, he did not ask for the floor. He took the floor and went for de Klerk and told him how dishonest he was. Madiba, one of his strengths is that he was honest. If he had a different point with you or an idea, he will talk to you, either to you as an individual or formally in the structures. He did not use his talent to talk to you indirectly or through innuendos. He talked to you directly. And that made him to always feel free to raise the issues. Madiba, a strong believer in non-racialism, in a country that institutionalized racism, the apartheid. Madiba believed in democracy. He was a Democrat who understood the world, who understood that, yes, we are the people of South Africa, but we are diverse. And that diversity should be understood and be respected. That's why he could combine the life in Kunu and the life in Johannesburg, and there was no contradiction to Madiba. He believed in changing the quality of life, but he also was aware that you could not do it overnight, and he said it himself. It was a process. But he also understood where to begin to really change the quality of life. Thus, his focus on the youth and young people and education. Because he knew that if you wanted to change the quality of life, you must change the citizens at their infants, educate them, empower them. He understood a Zulu idiom and a Xhosa idiom that says, inkunzi semathole, imanzi semathole, ugotshwa usemncane. Ngoba ngeke umfundise umuntu osemdala, usekutshela ukuthi kade ngangibona. And I hope, as we remember him, we are going to take this, that his understanding of a long-term development was that let us change the quality of lives by focusing on the young people who must grow up with good cultures and values so that they become good citizens tomorrow. Yes, we will miss him. He was our leader of a special type. He was our father. He was our guardian. He was something special. That is why, among others, the ANC recognized him with his highest order of isithwalandwe reapalang, as a recognition of his leadership and contribution. Comrades, I will be very happy if, as we mourn and celebrate Madiba, we do not abuse his name, but we take example in him, because he never abused his membership and his leadership in the ANC. Should not think that Madiba's passing on is a time for us to indirectly settle scores. We would not have understood Madiba, and it means we'll never understand him, because he was an honest man. And I would imagine comrades would be, indeed, take this organization very far by doing what Madiba did. We must have learned lessons from him. Today, we are saying to Madiba, as you came as a young man in Johannesburg, today, having departed, we are now sending you back to a village at Kunu. We want you to rest in peace there. We want you to always remember and guide us. We're happy that we who are still young will join you later. As you promised to establish the branch of the ANC or join it, we'll join you there. Yes, it is true. Akekho ofana naye uMadiba. I would like once again to thank the international people who are with us here, who have come to mourn with us, to mourn with the family. I would like to thank the family of Madiba, who were ready to share Madiba with us under difficult conditions. I want to thank Abatem, who were ready to share Madiba with us. I would like to thank the members of the African National Congress who have indeed observed this period with dignity, as well as members of the Alliance. The question is, can we produce as an ANC other Madibas? Under what circumstances? Madiba was produced by the ANC under different circumstances. We need to ponder and say, how could we do it today, given the conditions of today? Because we need more Madibas so that our country can prosper. Yes, we are free, but the challenge of inequality remains. The problem of poverty remains. Unemployment remains. And therefore the challenge to us to think and remember Madiba is to be more committed and dedicated as ANC members to do what Madiba did. To make the ANC grow stronger so that it is able to face the challenges of today. Directors of the program, I don't want you to attempt to pull my coat because ngiyakahlela la ngemva mokwangithinta nje. But thank you very much. Thank you for all who have come here. Thank you for the veterans who have been with Madiba and those who are commanded by Madiba, as volunteers, as MK cadres. And thank you to those who took the lessons to Madiba, from Madiba, and indeed who are still here. Tomorrow we'll be saying a final goodbye to Madiba at Kunu. And I'm sure many of us will be there. We'd like to say to Madiba, go well, Tata. We have played our part, we have made our contribution. We'll always remember you, we'll always keep you in our hearts. We'll always learn from your lessons.
Abakashe
hlasele osiyaya owesizwe lusaka uMandela utahlome uMandela utahlome hlasele osiyaya owesizwe lusaka uMadiba utahlome uMadiba utahlome hlasele osiyaya owesizwe lusaka uMadiba utahlome uMadiba utahlome hlasele osiyaya owesizwe lusaka uMadiba utahlome uMadiba utahlome hlasele osiyaya owesizwe lusaka uMandela utahlome uMandela utahlome hlasele
indlela sisayihamba sikafikile siyakhona indlela endlela. Thank you very much.
Comrades, thank you very much to our President for the message. I'm going to request that you will see a lot of changes on the program. Let's get the last group to come and bow and move. We will not be allowing longer period of being here in front. So can we just let that group to come in? I am aware that various professional categories have had to come forward, various sectors, but I think we have lost the time. And at this point, I'd like just to spend 2 seconds standing and then bow and move. In the meantime, I would like to invite Zondwa and Mandela to come forward and give us a vote of thanks. And Nirvana Stars must take the position on the side. And we will also allocate about 2.5 minutes for them to make their rendition. And whilst that is happening, I would like that the MKMVA will be preparing to take positions as well. Now, if we can just allow this last group to come forward and bow and then move. Just come to the front and bow. Thank you very much. Next to the veterans. I'm sure one of the days you'll be veterans yourselves. In the meantime, could we invite Zondwa and Mandela to come forward? They could come forward. Yes. We will not take a song. I'm sorry, comrades. Can you allow the vote of thanks in the meantime? And then get Nirvana to take position. Thank you.
First and foremost, I would like to thank the oldest African political organization, the greatest African political organization, the most powerful African political organization, the African National Congress. Without the ANC providing a platform to our grandfather, we would not have known Nelson Mandela. Without the African National Congress, he would have never had the support nor the protection to fight the apartheid regime. And therefore, would like to thank you. Would also like to thank the MK veterans, as well as the ex-political prisoners, for their dedication and relentless support of our grandfather during the apartheid times. We would also like to thank the NEC, as well as the NWC, for assisting in some of the most difficult decision-making process that they had to go through during their time. We'd like to thank the government, our president, not only of the government but the ANC, Jacob Zuma. We'd like to thank the former president as well, Thabo Mbeki. The Mandela family is not the only family that had to share their leader, their father, their grandfather with the African National Congress. Jacob Zuma, Thabo Mbeki, and all the former presidents of the African National Congress and their families had to undergo grueling sacrifice during those days, and would like to thank them as well.
Good morning. We would also like to thank the organizers of this event. Although our grandfather is receiving a state funeral, the ANC was quite adamant in having this ceremony, and we would like to thank you for this glorious send-off. We would like to thank all the ordinary members of the ANC. These past few days have been quite difficult, and there were a lot of people who ensured that people were fed and that people were well taken care of. We'd like to thank you. We'd like to thank all the friends of the ANC. A lot of you traveled from far. Thank you for taking this time out to be with the ANC and to be with this family during this difficult time. I must say, from the numbers I see here today, that next year's election should be quite a successful one. On behalf of the family, as we take our grandfather back to his final resting place, you can be sure that there's a commitment from us that when he arrives to the gates of heaven, he'll arrive there with his membership card close to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Zondwa and Ndaba Mandela. Thank you very much. I would like Nirvana to be on standby. I will give them the opportunity to render an item in the next few minutes. In the meantime, I'd like to ask Chaplain Mapatswe to come forward and indicate the order as we take forward our program and change the flags from the ANC to the military, and Chaplain is going to take us through quickly.
May I invite not the retired generals, but the real generals. May I command you now, and the pallbearers, General Meslebi, General Kepuza, Umtata Makopo, General Muloi, take your position. Tate Mapoto, Comrade Katrata, Tatum Langeni, Comrade Max Sisulu, then after carrying the body of Umtata Mandela, there will be a ceremony of handing the flag to the family. The President of South African National Military Veterans, Comrade Kebi, will hand over the flag to the President and the Commander-in-Chief of the people of South Africa, Jacob Kedlehlekisa Zuma.
Chaplain General is going to be leading us in the process. Allow me to bring in a number of announcements whilst we're moving. May we rise. Thank you very much. May we take our seats, and please allow me to take you through the very quick announcements. We are not over with the process of changing the flag, so I will change, and at that point I'll alert you. But just firstly to say that at this point, we are handing over the flag. I think we should just observe a moment of silence at that point. Thank you very much. The flag has been handed over from the chaplain of the Defense Force to the chairman, the leader of the Military Veterans Association, to President J.J. Zuma, and then he has just handed it over to Mama Russia. This is how we normally do it as we bid farewell to our leaders. May I just ask that those who carry the luggage of the family, they need to deposit it towards the back. As soon as we move, we will be moving. They'll be moving to the left of the stage or at that exit, and I think it will be good to, as soon as we disperse, they take that position. Secondly, there is a list of those who are moving to Umtata, and I would like them also to use the same exit at the same time. Just to also say that there will be no cars remaining in the Air Force Base, otherwise they'll be towed away. So those who are traveling, please see Paul Langer at the back and give him your key so that he can help to move and clear the cars away from here. If I can just quickly go through the list of those who are going to be traveling. Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa will be asking to go through that. Comrade Jesse Duarte, Andrew Mlangeni, Mendy Msimang, Comrade Ruth Mompati, Gertrude Chope, Agnes Msimang, George Bezos, Isaac Mapoto, Ahmed Katrada, Barbara Hogan, Reverend Vugile Mehana, Bishop Zipho Siwa, Dennis Goldberg, Reverend Vuyani Nyobole, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Beauty Dlulane, Paulo Jordan, Pule Mabe, Noktawe Mafu, Jane Manganyi, KB Mapazwe, Philip Mapulane, Billy Masetla, Sam Mashinini, Tito Mboweni, Joyce Moloi Moropa, Pinky Mloi, Sanki Mtembe Mahanyele, Jackson Mtembu, Sonia Sifura Ntombela, Nosi Pontwana Ambi, Miriam Skabutla, Rosina Siminya, Sue van der Merwe, Supra Mauma Pilo, David Makura, Philemon Mdaga, Sihle Zigalala, Dakota Lehuete, Zamani Soul, Natso Kumalo, William Bulwane, Begin Chali Zakhele Cele, Solomon Mapaila, Ruth Pengu, Limias Mashilem, Zwandile Masina, and someone from Youth League and Women's League, Evelyn Mulotsi, Johannes Lekhutane, George Lekhorosana, Keith Khoza, Dali Tambo, Rachel Tambo, Nomatemba Tambo, Dudu Lani Tambo, Silo Rasitaba, Evan van der Bey, Suresh Sunarayan Manjobe. That is the list of those who need to move through. And I'm only calling the names because there will not be any waiting time and there will be no other announcements, and the flight will leave as soon as the time allows, because this is a military base. There's a number of aircrafts that need to move, so please oblige. In the meantime, therefore, I'm going to be asking that Nirvana give us a piece of music. I will stop them when the military has to proceed. If they could take the stage and give us a piece of music. Nirvana, thank you. Do we have Nirvana on this? You're coming here? Is there a problem? Or you need...
Madiba fought for our freedom, and freedom is all about future generations. We can only carry out his legacy to our children and our children's children. He showed us that the greatest love of all is within us. Let no one snatch that away from us.
I believe the children of future, teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty that possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody's searching for you. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be, and so I learned to depend on you. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, don't be surprised you don't see me in the front there. At this point, I'd like to invite the President, the members of the family, and all our dignitaries to make their way through, and may we all, in the meantime, rise. We will now have come to the end of our function, but we will get the choir the music group to continue singing whilst we disperse. But thank you for everything, and please travel safely. And the members of the Mandela family would like them to move forward towards the back there. Somebody's waiting for them to take the proceedings forward. But the group will continue singing at this point. Thank you very much to everybody.
somber mood yet. Okay. All right, everybody now starting to make their way outside of the hall. An incredibly moving send-off ceremony for Tata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela that hosted by the ANC. And I must say, I think that everybody in this particular venue just felt that that incredible sense of pride in and amongst everyone, particularly members of the ANC and all of the dignitaries that had gathered here. Now, of course, a moving moment as the casket makes its way to the aircraft that is going to transport Nelson Mandela's body back to the Eastern Cape, the place where he was born, the place of his home. And this is a very significant moment. It should be landing at the Umtata airport very early this afternoon. Well, I'm just seeing dignitaries coming out one after the next. And let's just talk to Lindiwe as I catch everybody walking out as we one come. Here we are. Lindiwe, it's so lovely to see you. How did you feel during this particular ceremony?
Well, the emotions continue to pour again. I think that we're getting closer to the reality, that sooner the body will go down, because I think that all along when people have been going and viewing the body, there was still a sense of he's still here, he's still here. But I think now that he's going to be getting into the body is going to be put into the plane, it's hitting everybody that this is just the end. However, this was also celebratory. I think that the speeches, the song by Zahara and Mzwakhe Mbuli just brought so much emotion. It didn't bring an emotion of sadness, it brought an emotion of who this man was. We give him the respect, we send him very well, we salute him, because this is who he was. And we are hoping that as we give him the last send-off, all of us will remain to pick up the struggle that he carried, because as rightfully as the president said today, it's not over yet. There's still poverty, there's still unemployment, there's still a lot of challenges for South Africa. And this challenge, by the way, Mandela always said, it's a challenge for all South Africans, black and white. We need to respect him. We need to take this struggle forward and make sure that we work hard to create a better life for all South Africans.
Were there any other speeches that really stood out for you? Because I must say, there were a lot of moving moments in there and a lot of things were said. And yet it seemed the message was clear, is that we have to live this memory and legacy and move on without forgetting exactly what Madiba has done. Anything poignant that stood out for you, however?
Again, it's that reconciliation. Because you heard even when the president spoke, he dwelled on the issue of reconciliation. The other one which I think is very important for us is the discipline. And this is addressed not only to the members of the African National Congress, it's addressed to our whole nation. And also the message that we need to send is, the little that we have managed to do, let us build on that rather than destroying what we have. Let us talk to each other. There is something that I think is very important for South Africa today, that is responsible citizenry. That means all of us, in every little space where we are, we must be able to do everything that we can as South Africans to improve our surroundings, to improve our well-being. That responsibility lies in each and every one of us, both as families, but also as individuals of South Africa.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Thank you very much for being with us. Let's go back to the Johannesburg studio. We'll continue to chat to some of the guests that have come to this send-off ceremony here at the Waterkloof Air Force Base.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's how the grand send-off for Umtata Nelson Mandela wraps up the proceedings there by the ANC. We saw ANC Treasurer General Zweli Mkhize being the program director alongside the Deputy Secretary General of the ANC, Jesu Duarte. A very moving tribute by Mandela. I think everybody just spoke so fondly of him. He had the right mix of humor when he began, peppered with rich cultural traditions seeped in a lot of truth. That obituary by Mandela, a lot of people commenting on that.
Do you know what, I think over the past few days, he really has comported himself with dignity, the decorum befitting the regency of a chief and a leader of his people. He really has been, I think, a tribute to his family and his grandfather. And throughout, when I was seeing images of him sitting next to the body at the lying of state, one got a sense that he probably had a lot of conversations with his grandfather about the responsibility that he's taken on and about the role that he was now about to fill. And I have a feeling that during this time, he really has come into his own and taken on this position and has really become the chief of his people. So I think he really has been a tribute to his family. But the president also had a very moving speech when he delivered it, and in true, presidential style, in the way that he delivers it, he got the people going with his song right at the beginning, and then started to describe the former President Nelson Mandela with affection, as taking us through the history of the ANC and the role that Umtata Madiba played during the struggle, that he was a Democrat, that he had the power to persuade. Very powerful words and very powerful tribute to Umtata Mandela. So a moving speech, and of course, again, he ended in song in any way President Zuma can.
He sure did. And I think the significance of those songs, you touched on the fact that he opened in song as well. Senzeni, what have we done? What have we done? And that was, I think, the theme at the time, that our only sin, our only transgression is the color of our skin, is because we're black. He touched on the history and also spoke about the presence, I think, which is very important. That song, Indlela Esihambayo, you know, the road is still long. Although Madiba had the long road to freedom, as we say, the journey to the realization of those ideals is still very far off. And he also said that indeed we need to travel this journey together in unity, because there's still a long way to go. So Jacob Zuma, the president's speech, also very resounding. And the images that we saw of the family, though, I mean, you spoke of Mandela throughout the week, a very somber look on his face, understandably so. But when you see Mama Krasa Mashal, I think it really hits home. A woman who's had to bury two husbands at the moment. You can just see, as strong as she is, a pillar as she is, you can see inside that many questions are asked. So you know, a very, very, very stern but sad look on her face, Mama Krasa.
Well, our colleague Leanne Manis has been there since morning, and she's been getting a sense of the atmosphere of what's been taking place there. And she spoke to Andrew Mlangeni a little bit earlier on, and also another MK veteran, Ayanda Dlodlo, who's Deputy Minister at the time. But let's cross to Leanne now and just get a sense of what she's seen and what she's heard, and the mood there. Leanne?
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter. It's an incredible mood over here, I have to tell you. Everybody's walking out now of the venue, and they are nobody's really making their way home. I think everybody is just standing around and talking and sharing their thoughts on the day. But while everybody stands on this side, there's so much official ceremonies taking place on the other side. General Mbanga is with me right now. General Mbanga has been talking to us constantly about everything that's happening. General, as we all stand here now, has the aircraft taken off? What is the process now?
The process now is that the South African National Defence Force is receiving the body from the ANC officials. Then we are going to wrap it in a South African national flag and prepare it to move. The process itself actually is going to start at 10:10. That is the moving of the body from the hearse to the South African National Defence Force aircraft. That is the C-130 from South African Air Force. Then we will be able to watch and see all the proceedings, where the military bearers, the pallbearers, the military mourners will assemble, and thereafter march the body from the hearse through to the aircraft. It is expected that the aircraft should or must depart at 10:45 exactly.
So those are the timings. We saw the timing here is around about 9:30, but that's obviously the time that this was meant to end, and we would see that the body would be taken out of this particular venue.
Yes, 9:30 was the time that was given to the ANC that they must have finished and hand back the body to the South African National Defence Force for further process.
How many people are able to go in the plane with Tata's body?
Well, there are some few flights that have been arranged. On the flight where we are going to have the body of the former president, Tatu Nelson Mandela, you are going to have the elders from the family, as well as the Rivonia trialist and the military senior mourners, with the chief of the South African National Defence Force as the chief military mourner, and the pallbearers and the bearers.
All right, General.
The other aircraft will have the widow as well as other family members.
All right, so General, thank you very much for talking to you. We'll try and find you again a little bit later on as soon as this does start. But as far as we know, 10:10, that's when everything is about to start up again, and then 10:45 the plane departs.
10:45, plane departs.
Thank you very much. General Mbanga has been updating us the entire time as to what's been happening and just talking us through the entire process that's been underway. Well, as you can see all around me, dignitaries are leaving this particular venue, and we're trying to grab some people as they walk out so that we're able to get their reaction to some of the speeches that were said in there. And it was a very moving service, I must say, and it was quite incredible at the end of it to see the pallbearers being called up. We're talking about Ahmed Katrada, we're talking about Andrew Mlangeni, we're talking about Max Sisulu. I mean, to see something like that is absolutely incredible, and along with other people that were called up to be the pallbearers. But just to see those three gentlemen carrying one of the greatest statesmen alive has to be one of the most moving moments, I think, of this time. And also to hear Mandela speaking, another moment that has stood out for a lot of people. And I think for me, what stood out was one of the lines where he said that he has sat by his grandfather for the last 3 days, and what he can say is that the future of South Africa looks bright. He's seen everybody coming past, from dignitaries to ordinary South Africans, and for him, the feeling he's gotten is that everything is looking bright. All right, we'll continue to come to you from this particular area, but for the time being, let's go back to Johannesburg studios.
Thank you very much indeed. As she was saying that, I guess the mood is a mixture of celebration and a mixture of remembering, a bit of sadness. But such was this man, and such a long life of contribution, described by the President as the first national volunteer-in-chief for the ANC. And he gave his life and his effort to the party.
And talking about interesting mixes, Peter, for me, the mixture of the protocol, official state protocol, and also tradition came to the fore very, very well, I think. Most of the speeches alluding to the cultural and heritage and history, but also very much on the dignitary part as a statesman. And I think with that, it would be very amiss of us to not bring in something cultural, a voice of the people, if I can say that. We've got with us to give a performance. Ugahalalisa uDatu Madiba is Mama Nomvedzi Keswa. We're going to go to her in just a moment, but let's just quickly go back to Leanne, who's standing by with Mr. Max Sisulu, the Speaker of Parliament.
All right, welcome back. Well, let's continue to speak to some of the guests that are moving out. I'm joined by Mr. Sisulu now. How did you find it inside?
I found the ceremony very touching, very moving. It's actually the final road now to his resting place. So it was one last opportunity for people to bid a sad and painful farewell to a loved figure, a loved icon, a loved father. And for me personally, as part of the family, because Mandela was our uncle, Mandela's first wife was our aunt, and the first children, our relatives, cousins, first cousins. So for me, who's known Mandela ever since I was a small boy, it's that much more painful. And therefore, we're happy that people have come out in large numbers to bid a sad farewell to our father of the nation, and a loved icon of the revolution. We are happy to have known him and benefited from his contribution to the struggle. He's left us a legacy. It's up to us now to make sure that the legacy is not something that's wasted, but we build on the legacy. So we're happy to have known him. We're very sad to have lost him. We're hoping against hope, praying for the impossible, that he'll remain with us forever, but we know that's not possible. He also was a stubborn man. He left on his own terms. When he was ready to leave, he decided to leave. So that was Mandela. We will always remember him for what he was, and a fighter for freedom, not just for our freedom in South Africa, but he was an internationalist. He loved freedom everywhere and fought for freedom everywhere.
That certainly is prevalent, and we've seen that this entire week and beyond, with everybody coming out and wanting to pay their respects from every corner of this world. There was one profound moment inside when one of the grandchildren stood up and thanked the ANC for allowing their grandfather to fulfill his dreams through the organization. That was quite a profound moment.
That was very moving. I think it works both ways. We are also happy and thank the family for having made it possible for Madiba to do what he did, and the family was very supportive. And that was what we appreciate about the family. Families of revolutionaries are always supportive and make it possible for fighters to continue to fight for freedom. Equally, the ANC is, very happy to have worked with the family the way we did, because all of them are fighters for freedom, because they learned to fight for freedom at a very early age from a strong fighter like Madiba.
Mr. Sisulu, I know you have a plane to catch. You're off to the funeral in Kunu. Thank you for stopping and talking to us, and all the best to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. All right, there you go, some of the guests that are here. And it just seems that, without a shadow of a doubt, everybody being moved by what was said inside there today. And I think consensus being that this certainly was a very, very fitting ceremony and a wonderful send-off from the ANC for Tata Madiba. Let's go back to Joburg.
Well, thank you so much, Leanne. Well, let's hear from Umama Nomvenzi Keswa now, Imbongi Yesizwe Samahlubi.
Nkanta zwili vakale fukwini. Ikhothamile inkosi yabathembu. Ndithi yona lowo ngudalibhunga. Izikili nqanawa yakwa Mandela bafazi. Yithi mlekhogo yabathembu. Ovuke mina uphosiwe. Ephoswe kukubona imithe egwanqa yelanga lichisela. Olale mina uphosiwe. Ephoswe kukubona imithe egwanqa lichisela kwaMadiba. Nditsho kuwe Nobandla. Nditsho kuwe Nolizwe. Xa nditshoyo ndikunika izikhahlelo kwiimazi ezirhwexu zakwaDalibhunga. Kaloku mna ndiphuma kulaa mhlaba sehewu, ndiphuma kulaa mhlaba wabathembu, ndithunywe nguGobizembe, ndithunywe nalithongokazi uNomzamo. Anomzi, ndithunywe nalithongo. Dalibhunga ligalela gquma kwisiqithi seRobben Island, ndithi zabhodloka inhlanti zakwa-apartheid madoda. Uthembisile umhlaba uDalibhunga, uyihlwayela imbewu yoxolo bafazi. Kuba namhla thina sivuna iziqhamo zebuyambo. Bafazi ndiphi ibhinqana imithwalo ningene entsimini. Kuba kaloku uDalibhunga uthambisile umhlaba, idemokhrasi uthambisile umhlaba. Bathembukazi ndithi xakathani yezingangala lengatshonwalalanga sizwe sabathembu bathembuka zindithi kunexakathani mani ndithi kuni bathembuka tiyenzani umphothulo kuba zigalelekanga indwende zizile zigalelekile ndithi kuni bathembuka zivuthelana umlilimbizi yenyela ndithi kuni bathembuka zithwalani inyanda nanzamagoqo yezizizwe ngezizwe mna ndithetha ngabani kaloku ukuba ndithetha ngegqabi le-protea mna ndithetha ngantoni na ndithetha ngokhozo lumlomo ugqebesha mna ndithetha ngantoni na madoda ndithetha ngentlanzikazi ikreni yasemzantsi Afrika
We have just been joined now by the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who has just walked out of the venue where the send-off was held. Reverend, how did you find that?
Well, a glorious morning of pain and celebration. One cannot dismiss quickly the pain, the loss of Madiba. On the other hand, there's the appreciation of what he did and what he has left. In him, we've lost a lot. We have a lot left. We have a structure that lays the groundwork for equality. We have an apartheid system brought down. We have a new South Africa being built. We have black and white people learning how to coexist. At a certain point, after there was repentance about how wrong the old system was and contrition, there was forgiveness. Now let's move toward reconciliation rather than retaliation, redemption rather than revenge. We've learned to survive apart, and we must learn to live together. And that becomes a big challenge for people who've lived so long in their own little segments to learn. But one saw in the viewing of the body, white and black and colored and Indian lined up together and holding arms and crying together. But these are tears of joy that will ferment the soil for a new and better South Africa and a model for the world.
You've been here from the beginning. You were at the memorial service, you were at the viewing, you're now here at the send-off. I imagine you're on your way now to the funeral. You're taking every single step along the way. This is obviously a massively significant moment for you.
Well, you know, he was with us to the very end. We must be with him to the end. I was blessed to have been here in 1979, the height of apartheid, met with women in the family, met with Archbishop Tutu, met with labor leaders, and there was such pain with Oliver Tambo in exile and other leaders in exile, Mr. Mandela and Mbeki and Sisulu in prison. The treasure and tragedy of South Africa, the treasure of the brilliant people and rich soil, the tragedy of apartheid. Now, after the suffering has bred a new South Africa, suffering breeds character, and character breeds faith, and now faith is paying off. And one senses a joy rising in this place. People don't invest in chaos and war. They invest where there's peace and development. South Africa is ripe for a new dimension of growth.
Give me the future from your eyes for South Africa. Everyone wants to know it.
People are now free but not equal, and I think each speaker said in their own way that we now have to deal with the gross inequality. We've ended the social, the skin color apartheid. We've ended denial of the right to vote. We have a new constitution, but the apartheid, the land apartheid, and health care, and jobs, and education, and housing, and living conditions. But that is the work that for those who remain to do. You couldn't fight for equality unless you were free to fight for it. Now we're free to fight for equality and fight for it together. And if we do it together, we'll be really sort of model for the whole world. I'm excited to be here today. My heart is heavy. When I looked at Mr. Mandela yesterday, I don't know what I expected quite, except to see him lying there so lifeless, so still, so at peace. But then I can only say he saved a lot of people, and he has left us better off.
Reverend Jesse Jackson, thank you for talking to us. Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure. And thank you for being by our side this entire time. It's meant a lot to South Africa. The Reverend Jesse Jackson, just leaving the venue now. There's lots and lots of people that are making their way out. In fact, I wish I could find this gentleman. He was absolutely amazing, and I seem to have lost sight of him. But I'm going to tell you about him. He flew for 40 hours from Canada. He met with Mandela when he was in the 40s. and he heard about the death. He flew from Canada. He hasn't slept for 40 hours, and this is a very, very warming occasion for him. So he certainly is one of those individuals that has certainly made those sacrifices to come here. I'm joined by somebody else now who has just come out of this particular venue. Good afternoon. It's good to have you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon. My name is David Makura, the Secretary of the ANC in Gauteng Province.
How did you find that?
Today was a very emotional moment as we sent our leader, our father, back home. Nelson Mandela arrived in this province in the 1940s. That's where he joined the ANC. That's where he learned his leadership skills. That's where he grew to become this global icon. It's a deeply moving moment as we sent him back home, sent his body back home to the Eastern Cape. It's truly a moving moment because he has made a big imprint on our lives, on the lives of many people throughout the world, throughout the country, many people in this province.
You know, it must have been, especially for those from the quarters gathered here from the ANC, just really wanting to see that moment when the South African flag was taken off of the casket and the ANC flag was wrapped around it. What did that mean for you, being here from Gauteng, and just that feeling from the ANC?
When the ANC flag was at that special moment, the deep connection between Nelson Mandela and the ANC, that deep connection between what he became and what the ANC became, because Nelson Mandela changed the ANC profoundly and irreversibly, but the ANC changed him profoundly and irreversibly too. So that deep connection between Nelson Mandela and the ANC is what was running through my system.
I can imagine for you it must have been a very massive moment. Thank you for talking to us. So it's been a pleasure having you with us. Thank you. I've actually spotted that gentleman I was telling you about, the gentleman who flew for 40 hours to be here. I'm personally going to run across and go and call him. So Ayanda, I'm going to go back to you in the Joburg studio, and hopefully when you come back we'll be able to have a conversation with him.
All right, Leanne, I'll keep the viewers busy for a little while you go and stalk that guest that you're so after at the moment. But we heard from Mama Nomvenzi a little bit earlier, just that praise song that she gave out to Udadu Madiba, saying, Dalupunga. Metaphorically speaking, she said those who have slept in or those who have woken up late have missed the rays of the beautiful sun that is Udadu Nelson Mandela. She went on to say that we are blessed to have lived in a time where we can say that we lived under either his dispensation as president or we were among those who roamed the face of the earth while he was still alive. A beautiful, beautiful rendition there of praise to Udadu Madiba. So when we talk about Madiba, you can't separate the man himself from the brand. And oftentimes we use that word brand Madiba or brand Nelson Mandela so loosely, but we're going to find out in just a moment what exactly that means. And we're going to talk about the conceptualization of the brand, the financial value or monetary value of it, and how you protect it. And with me is my guest now, Greuven Nchabeleng. He's award-winning advertising executive behind the likes of the 2010 World Cup. Feel it, it's here, or otherwise known as Philip, among other people. It is behind, of course, the World Cup concept, and I must say your title as well, Chairman of Publicis and Blueprint Group. Very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Anne.
Now, I said in the introduction that oftentimes we use that term brand very loosely, but what do you mean exactly when you say brand Mandela? What is a brand?
A brand is a service or a product that you are offering to people, but it has its own USP. A USP is a unique selling proposition, and it's built over time. A brand can take years to be built. And with the Mandela brand, it's a brand that has managed to build itself for more than 27 years. While he was in prison, even when he was outside prison. He managed to build that particular brand equity. So if you look at that particular brand, Mandela, it's got three most important pillars. One, integrity. Second, humility and its leadership. So in that, you are able to build a personal brand. He had the passion to focus on his goals. He had the perseverance to say, this is the goal that I want to achieve. But not only that, he had the patience, despite all the obstacles and the challenge that he was faced with, and the power to take that particular responsibility. So in marketing terms, and what we do is that we call it the 4 Ps of marketing: product, service, price, and promotion. But from a personal branding point of view, we are talking about the 4 Ps of life. And those particular 4 Ps is passion, perseverance, patience, and power. And Mandela epitomized those particular the pillars, able to make sure that he built this particular name and a brand that over time that particular brand was able to be built.
You've mentioned that it's a brand that has stood the test of time. It's an international brand. I mean, we can see that by the amount of foreign journalists that are covering this particular story. So I want to know from you the monetary value of this brand. If I, perhaps as an investor, decide I'd like to purchase brand Mandela, I don't know if that's possible, but if I were to do so, how much would it cost me?
And just to put it in context, if you see even after when he passed away, what has happened, we have never seen proliferation of brand endorsement, sending their condolences, and a number of multinational companies, the BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and all of them able to take their own brand identity associated with the brand Mandela. That says a lot to say that even multinational brands such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW are able to actually associate their brand name with the named icon like Nelson Mandela. If I have to buy, if you look at the proliferation in terms of the brand, the way that it was built and what it stands for, and the way that it has been built today, you look at the application in terms of the wines, the aprons, the name Mandela, the clothing range. So the brand is all over. And then with the Nelson Mandela Foundation, make sure that they can protect that particular brand. The monetary value of it, we are talking about more than 4 billion rand in terms of the brand equity. And that's particular brand equity that was built over time.
As briefly as possible, I know that we have to wrap and go back to Leanne, but going forward, let's talk about the longevity of this brand and how one can protect it going forward.
The Nelson Mandela Foundation has the responsibility now to moving forward, that not only that they protect this particular name, Mandela, the legacy, but any symbols that are particularly associated with the name Mandela. They have to, from a commercial point of view, that this that is not being taken advantage of, from an international point of view and a local point of view, and in ensuring that the companies, they try to associate themselves and building a brand using the Nelson Mandela brand.
We leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. That's Grooven Tabeling, an advertising executive. And that's where I say goodbye as well. Leanne, I leave it with you. I know you have the Minister of Health standing by with you. So it's goodbye from me and hello to you, Leanne.
Yes, indeed. We're still standing here at the Waterkloof Air Force Base, and I've had the Health Minister standing with me patiently here, thank goodness, in the sweltering heat, I'll have you know. Minister, how did you find that?
Well, look, this morning's event was an extraordinary send-off by the ANC, an extraordinary send-off befitting of the first commander of Umkhonto weSizwe, Umtata Nelson Mandela. It brought history. You know, when you saw all the old veterans here, some of whom we have not heard about for a very long time, the old veterans of MK, the old veterans, the Rivonia trialist, everybody, present president, the former presidents, everybody was here. It was an extraordinary send-off, really. It has touched us, but I think Umtata deserves it.
Yeah. He does. I think there's many people walking out and saying that this was a very fitting send-off. It made him as special as he was, and it was just such a very warm feeling inside there. What stood out for you, though? Was there any moment that really stood out for you?
Yeah, you know, the words by the president that Umtata Nelson Mandela had an ability to combine theory and practice. You know, throughout this whole 10 days, that's what I've been hearing, listening to and liking. People talking about all the good accolades, all the good things that Tata has done and said, but to practice them. And if you can just do half of that, this will be a different country. So when the president said he could combine theory and practice, I realized that is what is lacking in many of us ordinary mortals, because it's clear that he was not an ordinary human being. He was an extraordinary human being.
Tapped into a part of himself that was just incredible to give us all of these freedoms that we're celebrating today.
Yes, almost every freedom. You know, this week I was addressing churches and reminding women. People actually forget because this thing seems to be so natural. Do you know now that women know that they can go to parliament? In the ANC, they know it's 50-50. But when Tata started it in 1991, there was a debate. We men were resisting and saying, no, Tata, and he stood his ground. Remember, it was 1/3. Now it's 50-50 and we are used to it. Think back about it. If he didn't put it, it was not going to be easy for women just to get positions in society and go to parliament. It was not going to happen automatically. But Tata saw it as early as 1991 and enforced it despite resistance. Here we are enjoying it and it's becoming so natural. You know, that's why I say he was extraordinary. He saw things that are many, many miles or many years away, which we ordinary people cannot yet see them. And here we are enjoying them.
And let's go straight to Leanne, because I think the hearse is starting to move. Leanne?
Indeed, Peter, it has, the hearse is making its way now. This is the final time that Tata Madiba is going to be in this particular area, an area that certainly has been played a very central and key part in his life, and this vehicle has been a vehicle that has been transporting his body from the one military hospital all the way to the Union buildings this week and back. This morning we saw it bringing it from the one military hospital again all the way to the Waterkloof Air Force Base, and now the final journey is taking place, where it moves to the aircraft that is going to be transporting Tata Nelson Mandela's body back to his birthplace. It's almost a full circle that we are witnessing here as the visuals come to you live from South Africa, all around the world. The motorcade that, again, we've been seeing the entire time throughout the week, that has been lining the streets, and people again being urged to line the streets when this motorcade again passes through the streets in the Eastern Cape, to line the streets and get that final glimpse of this icon, this legend of our time that is going to be laid to rest by this time tomorrow. Well, at this point, you can imagine what the family are feeling, because in any moment from now, we will get a glimpse of them. The former wife, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and the present wife, Grasa Michelle, or one should say now the widow of Nelson Mandela, Grasa Michelle, make their way into the aircraft. A great honor has been bestowed upon Andrew Mlangeni and Ahmed Katrada, who will be accompanying the body as well. We had the opportunity to speak to Andrew Mlangeni a bit earlier, and he was saying, you know, he was just putting it all into reality for us and just saying we don't live forever. We couldn't expect Tata to live forever. But having said that, I don't think it's about not letting go. I just think it's about witnessing history. It's about an end of an era. It's about saying farewell to a man that has brought so much to every single one of us that are watching this broadcast. I think perhaps with a massive lump in our throats, and many people throughout this week have been brought to tears for many, many different reasons. Whether or not you have had the opportunity to view his body, or whether you have just had the opportunity to watch these visuals on television, I know that emotions have been pouring out of South Africans this entire time. And not only South Africans, the entire world. In fact, we also had the opportunity to speak to a gentleman who came all the way from Canada, a friend of Tata who traveled from Canada, not able to make it to the funeral, but finding his peace and closure by just being at these celebrations today. And one can, in a way, call them a celebration, because it was a celebration of a life. But at the same time, it was also an end of a chapter and a sad moment for many of us that are watching on. Everything that we've been witnessing over these last couple of days here in South Africa is a state funeral that is the first time since 1994 that has ever been held in this country. It's a document that's been in place and just needed to be implemented. And many people commending the Defence Force for an incredible job up to date that they have done in looking after Tata, and in life and in death, because this has been their responsibility up to date. And now, of course, we're going to witness a moment where they do hand this all over to the family, and the traditions and cultures, of course, start taking precedent from there on out.
Leanne, I know that the images that we're seeing here at the moment must be quite moving for the millions of South Africans that are watching on screen. This is the hearse with the mortal remains of President Nelson Mandela as he bids farewell to a province that shaped so much of his career, his contribution, and all that he stood for in his political life and freeing the people of South Africa in general. So that's the body of Nelson Mandela draped in the South African flag. And this is a sad farewell, Leanne, for Madiba, I guess, and for us. We're saying goodbye from Gauteng as the Eastern Cape prepare to receive their son where he was born. And he's being escorted by a guard of honor, military on motor vehicles and motorcycles as they go towards the aeroplane that's going to be taking him to Umtata Airport, where he will be received with full military honors. And as we were saying, it should take place at about 1 o'clock. But these moving pictures, this is the last time you will see Madiba in Gauteng, and very much part of his history and the history of this country. It's a nice warm day today to say goodbye to Madiba, and that's in contrast to the rain and the cold that we saw at the FNB Memorial. But these images are very moving, and I'm sure that many people across the country are probably shedding a few tears. Let's just take in a little bit of this as the hearse travels to the plane. Right, the images that you've been seeing are the final send-off from Gauteng of Tata Madiba. This is a journey that he's taken many times in his lifetime, leaving this province, going to the Eastern Cape and going home to Kunu. Well, today he certainly got a send-off of note, and I'm sure that if you've been watching with us, these are images that will probably stay long in our hearts and in our minds. Very, very sad farewell to a great son of this province, great son of this country, and a great son of the continent. We are watching at the moment screens, Umtata Airport, where dignitaries are continuing to arrive. And this is where this plane that's at the Air Force Base Waterkloof has already got the body of President Mandela that's been loaded already and ready to take off. Sitting next, and that's the house of President Mandela, his homestead in Kunu, where his family have gathered and have been the focus of attention, certainly because of the difficult time that they're going through at this time. On your left of the screens there, we've got President Zuma sitting next to Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe, himself a former president, and also President Thabo Mbeki. And they're sitting waiting to say their farewell as well as the plane is being prepared to take off and to land at Umtata Airport. Earlier on, we saw a guard of honor, the military, combined armed forces, representatives, Army, Navy, Air Force, taking the body to the plane, and the family members, as well as President Zuma with Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe, President Mbeki, and other senior officials, including Minister of Defense Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, were lined up, and they watched the body taken onto the plane that you see now, waiting to take off to go to Umtata Airport. So I think many people would have seen images, as I said, that would stay long in our hearts and our minds. A very sad moment, and I think it's starting to sink in for many of us that Tata has finally gone. And those images that you see on your right-hand side are in Kunu, and these are images that President Mandela would have seen as a child, as a boy, herding cows and donkeys. This was his simple life. And if you heard an interview earlier on with his eldest daughter, Magaziwe, she kept on reiterating the point that he was a simple man. He was a simple man. And I think that this is a fitting view of the life that began for him in Kunu, this country man that really grew in stature to lead not just his organization, the ANC, but I think the world in terms of his great leadership. So, as I said, we're waiting for this plane to take off and to travel all the way to Umtata. Let's just take in some of these images as we prepare to say goodbye from Gauteng, certainly, to President Nelson Mandela.
Dalipunga, Tela Bufa, Matiba, Molumsila, Vela Bambensele, Yem. A global icon, internationally acclaimed.
Nelson Mandela, Dada Madiba, father of the nation. Nelson Mandela, Dada Madiba, father of the nation. Imisebenzi yakho iyasimangaza, uyibekile induku ebandla, sonke sifisa ukufana nawe, uyisibonelo emhlabeni wonke, uhlanganisa abamnyama nabamhlophe, wasenza sabanye sohlala sikuthanda.
Madiba, we shall sustain the momentum. Madiba, we shall preserve your legacy. Madiba, we shall emulate your values and principles. History demands that we succeed as a nation. History demands that we do not become complacent. History demands that we do not rest on our laurels and work harder. We are duty bound to rise above malice and prejudice, and reason and wisdom prevail. The chief of Overtone tribe, a former amateur boxer, a graduate from Robben Island Prison, a lawyer by profession, Madiba, the legendary leader, the first commander of Umkhonto Wesizwe, a torchbearer who captured world attention, a trendsetter par excellence, 27 years behind bars in a concrete jungle. Indeed, the long road to freedom, the long walk to freedom.
You're our banner of peace, our pillar of strength, our soldier boots. You're the father of nations, the world's icon. Your name shall live on. Long live Tata Mandela. Sohlala sikuthanda, Nelson Mandela. Tata Madiba, you father of the nation. Oh, yeah, Mandela.
South Africa. Madiba, a catalyst. Madiba, a reconciler. Madiba, a unifier. A unifier will break the enemies of our struggle. Love can best be measured by ability to forgive. Madiba, a genius and something. Mandela through his parents. Long live the resilient spirit of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Long live.
Long live.
Well, just a reminder that the funeral Katata is going to be a private family affair. Only invited guests and family members will be allowed to access the family homestead at Kunu. So for this reason and to ensure safety for all mourners as well as the dignity of the event, that's according to the government, access is going to be restricted.
Abantu uluntu ngokubanzi alubekelwanga bucala ukuba lungabi nanto luyibonayo eqhubekayo kule nkonzo. Akhona amaziko asekiweyo esakumaniswa akhankanya novuyo okuye inkqubo ihamba apho kukho i-television screens ezinkulu abangabukela khona yonke inkqubo yalo mngcwabo.
In fact, members of the public are encouraged to do a guard of honor along the sides of the R61 road, Sutherland Street, Nelson Mandela Drive, and the N2 towards Kunu. So those are, if you are in Umtata and surrounding areas, you are encouraged to go and form that guard of honor. That's going to be along the sides of the R61 road, Sutherland Street, Nelson Mandela Drive, as well as the N2 towards Kunu. The procession will be taking place along that route. So if you do want to come and receive the body of Tatu Mandela, that is where you should be. Members of the public are encouraged to raise their South African flags, which are being distributed along the route I have just mentioned, which is the R61 road, Sutherland Street, Nelson Mandela Drive, as well as the N2 towards Kunu. An important thing to remember, though, is that members of the public do not have to be accredited to go to the areas I have just mentioned. You can just go. You will be given free access to those areas along the road.
kabawo uNelson Mandela akahambi yedwa ke koko ukhatshwe ngamalungu omkhosi ngokunjalo namaqala inkonde zakwaDlongo.
Yes, veterans, members of the South African National Defence Force are accompanying his body. They should be coming out of that plane anytime from now.
Akunje kuzalisekiswa umyolelo weliqala lomzabalazo wenkululeko okokuba liyokubekwa eqaleni kokhokho bakhe. Abantu ke apha kule dolophu esikuyo idolophu yaseMthatha bayabongozwa into yokuba mabaphume ngobuninzi babo benze umncelele apha ecaleni kwendlela baphahle amaqala omabini endlela umgaqo R61 iSutherland Street iNelson Mandela Drive xa usiya ngaseQunu. uba uMandela uyafika namhlanje baqonda bona into yokokuba eyabo indlela yokubonakalisa imbeko ukuba ukususela ngentsimbi ye-11 luvalwe mba ushishino kule dolophu. Usithetha nje ushishino lumingxi, ivenkile zivaliwe ngala ntsimbi ye-11.
Yes, indeed, to give respect to Madiba, local business people have decided that they will close their shops during the course of the procession through Umtata and surrounds. The members of the public are also encouraged to go to public viewing places. There's quite a number of them in and around Umtata, but also going as far as the OR Tambo district on the other side of Umtata, as well as the western side going towards Port Elizabeth, the Nelson Mandela Metro. Andrew Mlangweni is Twalandwe, a man who spent many, many years with Madiba on Robben Island, coming out there. He is leading the group of elders who were with Madiba's body on that aeroplane.
Ukathi-ke nabazukulwana bakhe ngokunjalo uba uMandela bebephakathi kule nqwelo ntaka bepheleka utatomkhulu wakhe.
Members of the Madiba clan also there, spotted a couple of them for Madiba Abakhulu.
draw near to you, especially when we are sad. We want to thank you this day for Madiba, that he safely returned to his home province. We want to thank you for the amazing person, human being that he was. And we want to ask you that you would help us all to have the same spirit of reconciliation, the same attitude of forgiveness, and a similar vision for the new South Africa. We want to ask that you would comfort and strengthen and sustain all his dear family members, relatives, all friends, and all of us this day and during this time of sorrow and mourning. We make this prayer in your name. Amen.
njengoko nizibonela nto zakuthi ugalelekile umzimba kaba uNelson Mandela unyathele kumhlaba wokhokho bakhe esiya kulungiselelwa ukubekwa kwikhaya lakhe lokugqibela. Kusuka pha ke umzimba wakhe uyagoduswa uya ekhaya apho bazawufika abathembu bazawufika odlomo benza amasiko ngokwemfanelo zekhaya.
But indeed, as you saw there, the president's body received full military honors. This is after all the rituals were conducted. So right now, as you can see on your screen, the military procession is about to leave the airport and it's going to make its way through the town of Umtata along the R61, if you're familiar with this part of the country, all the way to Sutherland Street, to York Road in the CBD, Nelson Mandela Drive, and onto the N2 to Kunu towards East London. It's the whole distance in kilometers is going to be more or less about 46 kilometers from the airport. People will be able, of course, to on both sides of the road to line up behind the barriers that will be formed by marshals and other people, as well as members of the security force. No one needs any form of accreditation or permits or anything like that to form part of the Guard of Honor. In fact, people are encouraged to go and form that Guard of Honor.
Ukusuka pha ke kwesisikhululo senqwelo moya apha eMthatha zonke izithuthi ezipheleka esi sisesona sithwele umzimba kaba uMandela siza kungena kumgaqo R61 ziyokucanda kwisitalato iSutherland ziyokutsho eYork Road zonyuke ngeNelson Mandela Drive ziyokungena kuhola wendlela uN2 osingise eQunu. Abantu ke bonke abaphahle umgaqo kulomzila esendiubizile baza kuba nako okungenani ukuthi che umkhumbi apho alele khona ubawo uNelson Mandela.
Well, as once that his body arrived at the family farm, rituals will again be conducted, and the body of the former president will be handed over to the ruling party, the ANC, and then following further rituals, the body will be handed over to the family. Of course, the university, Sosnoxolo, will at the at the Walter Sisulu University, formerly the University of Transkei, there will be a night vigil tonight where the leadership of the ANC as well as members of government will participate. There'll be songs, there'll be dancing, paying tribute to Madiba in the way that those closest to him, those he has traveled this long road with him, will honor him in the best way they know, which is to sing and to dance, to celebrate a life well lived.
Kwezi nkonzo ke bazabe bekhona onyawonhle bebandla lamawesile nanjengoko ileli bandla lamawesile elizawube likhokhela inkqubo kwicala lenkonzo. masilibethelele into zakuthi lokuba namhlanje akubuyele ekhaya unyana wolahleko koko kubuyele ekhaya igorha noxa lithule lilele ubuthongo bokufa kodwa libuya lithwele isithaba soloyiso.
Well, those are the rolling hills of Kunu, where Madiba's body is coming to, which should be, they still have to travel another 40 or so kilometers before they get here. But we are told that certain parts, the pace is going to be a bit brisk. And then ultimately this, the picture you are seeing of the house, that is where the body is coming to.
Ukusuka ke kwisikhululo senqwelomoya eMthatha njengokuba nibona emifanekisweni into zakuthi lali yaseQunu le apho ubuntwana bukabawo uMandela buqulethwe khona, apho ubawo uMandela inkumbulo zakhe zilele khona ngemihla yakhe yokukhula. Kulapho ke umzimba wakhe uza kuphelela khona. Xa nijongile kude phaya njengoko bendikhe ndatsho ngaphambili konke sekumi ngomumo, ikhona intente egxunyekiweyo esabungquphantsi eginya abantu abaqikelelwa kwi-4,000. Kulapho ke izawuqhubela khona inkonzo yomngcwabo. Ukanti ke kude kufuphi nayo le ntente ingangungquphantsi ikhona enye ebekiweyo emadlakeni osapho apho ubawo uMandela eza kulala khona ubuthongo bakhe bokufa.
But of course tomorrow the funeral service will be held in the tent that you saw, but many people who will be in that tent won't be allowed to go to the burial site. Only a select few members of the close members of the family, as well as certain officials within the ruling party in the state, will be allowed to go to the burial site.
Njengoko ke mawethu besitshilo ukusuka kwesasikhululo senqwelomoya apha endleleni le moto ithwele umzimba kabawo uNelson Mandela iza kwamkelwa ngabahlali bephahle indlela.
Ndisemthatha eYork Road esixekweni apho amakhulukhulu abantu badibanise izandla belindele uba uMadiba ukuba afike kule dolophu bambone egqitha esiya kwikhaya lakhe laseQunu. Ubuyabona apha emva kwam ngumntu nomntu udibanise isandla nomnye umntu. Bubuntu bukaMadiba ke obo ukuba badibanise izandla. Namhlanje abantu basemthatha bamgqibela kudala uMadiba, yimini yabo yokuba athi xa igqitha babhabhayise kuye bathi hamba kakuhle Madiba, bathi hamba kakuhle Ngqolomsila. Ukhuseleko luluqilima ngeyona ndlela sibonile amajoni amapolisa nakwamanye namapolisa aseziprison ekhona nawo apha uqinisekisa uba xa kufika elo thuba lokuba uMadiba agqithe kule dolophu yasemthatha babe bephantsi kokhuseleko abantu nawo wonke umuntu. Abanye bayafota beqinisekisa uba le mini iyohlala imini ekhunjulwayo. Basikhe sive kubo, sisi wena uva njani ngale mini namhlanje?
Ndiva buhlungu mntana mama ngale mini ngale kuzodlula uMandela ngayo. Ndithambe kahle.
Nabanye bayaqhubeka bethatha ezo zithombe ukuqinisekisa ukuba uMadiba omde uyohlala ezisenhliziyweni zabo ngabantu bomthatha, ngabantu bempuma koloni apho uMadiba azalelwe khona. Sesivile uba imoto ziphumile kwi-airport yasemthatha zisendleleni ngoku eza apha eMthatha. Kungekudala bazabe bemamkela uMadiba engena kule dolophu, idolophu ebengena kuyo qho ngethuba esakwazi uzihambela. Abantu bomthatha bamlindile ngamanani besibabonile uqala kweveki benqunguphele. Kodwa namhlanje yimini enomahluko, yimini esibabona bexhensa becula ingoma. Kube wesi ke xa bebona ezo nqwelontaka zingena apha eMthatha sababona bexhumaqhuma benovuyo kakhulu uba le nkonde ingena kulo mmandla wasemthatha. Okwangoku masithi qabaqaba sijonge uba kwenzeka ntoni na. Masibuyisele intambo kuwe eRhawutini.
That was our reporter Zimkita Makingwana. World-famous photographer Sam Zuma snapped the Hector Peterson picture, which has since gained immortality. He's described Madiba as a reconciler and prophet of peace.
Sam Zuma now lives in his village in Lilydale in Bushbuck Ridge. His first encounter with Madiba was when he opened the Hector Peterson Memorial Museum. Sam Zuma left Johannesburg shortly after snapping a photograph that's synonymous with the struggle. Pictures of the eventful events of 1976 Soweto uprising adorn the walls of Zuma's home. Zuma says his encounter with Madiba left him a changed man.
I remember Nelson Mandela the first time when he met me personally and he touched my hand and hugged me when he was officiating the opening of the Hector Peterson Memorial Stone at Hec in Soweto in 1992.
The Soweto uprising was a turning point in the country's history. Zuma says the country has lost a true leader.
The country has lost the icon, Nelson Mandela, That was our Black Moses in South Africa and the world as a whole.
Zuma had hoped the global icon would unveil the sculpture of the Hector Peterson picture when he opens his photograph sanctuary in Lilydale. That won't happen now. Spepile Gnene, SABC, Bushbuck Ridge.
Well, Mandela paid a heartfelt tribute to his grandfather, former President Mandela, and also read Madiba's obituary.
The posters go up under the cloak of darkness. Artist Robbie Canal and a small team of volunteers work fast to glue the images of Nelson Mandela to signs and metal electric boxes scattered around Los Angeles.
It's a little bit illegal.
In the past, Canal has been fined and even arrested by police. At his home studio, the original portrait hangs on a wall. It's a departure from Canal's satirical work, which he is famous for.
My whole career has been doing, nasty black and white portraits of ugly old white men in suits and ties who I think have abused their power.
But for Nelson Mandela, Canal has nothing but love and respect, which makes painting his picture all the more difficult.
It's more nerve-wracking because I feel more responsibility and care about the person.
The posters include the words walking in reference to Mandela's autobiography and dancing.
He said, music and dance make me at peace with the world and with myself. And I'm feeling that. I'm not going to say that I'm a dancer, but he did this little Madiba shuffle that was, his signature.
Canal is even displaying the posters next to other men he admires, including Gandhi, the Dalai Lama, and Martin Luther King Jr.
The goal in Los Angeles is to place as many posters as possible around the city. But once these are delivered to Cape Town, they'll likely be displayed in people's homes.
About 6,000 posters are being sent to Ekaya Ekasi, an art and education center in Khayelitsha, run by Art Aids Art. The organization's co-founders, Thomas Harding and Dorothy Garcia, say many of the posters will be given out to people that come to the center to watch Mandela's funeral.
One of the intentions of this poster is to give people something tangible they can hold on to that represents their love of Madiba.
That image of Mandela, of Tata, going up wherever they want to put it, I think it's like having a little piece of their father with them.
Creating this work of art has taken Canal on a spiritual journey.
I try to get kind of into the person's soul through their face, and it's a pleasure with Mandela.
Now he's working on a larger portrait of Mandela and hopes this too will one day be displayed in South Africa. Lindsay Mastis, SABC News, Los Angeles.
These pictures are coming live from Umtata. This military procession is leading the body of the former statesman Nelson Mandela. Thousands and thousands have come to say their last goodbyes to Madiba, to catch one last glimpse of him. There are there's the actual vehicle, the hearse, if you like, of the late President Mandela. You can see the coffin through the back of the window there.
So, man, please.
Now, in the distance of the picture, you can see a shell garage that is indicative of a further 25 kilometers away from Kunu. The procession still has that distance to go. The crowd's obviously very excited. They're in a celebratory mood rather than somber.
Mina mkulu kakhulu lekum uyakakhulu ukuthola umkhulu akho yakhe aphinde la kuzona lento kuzoba isinethi inkulu soze simile bakuthola umkhulu
batsho abahlali boMzantsi Afrika abahlali basemthatha abahlali basempuma koloni bathi
see the military procession passing people who are lined up to catch one last glimpse of former President Nelson Mandela. The military procession moved from Umtata airport and it's proceeding to Kunu, where Madiba is going to be laid to rest. People who live in that area have been strongly advised not to travel, not to use their cars to get to Umtata or travel to Kunu. It's very, very difficult to move right now. There are a lot of traffic diversions. Traffic at Mtujwa on the N2 will be diverted to Ngobo onto the R61. Now, when the military procession arrives in Kunu, they'll get to the family farm and the military will hand over the remains of Dada Madiba to the ruling party, the ANC, where they will perform some rituals and thereafter the body will then be passed onto the Mandela family, where they will also perform some rituals. Later on this evening, there'll be a night vigil at the Walter Sisulu University, where prayers, song and dance and general celebration of the late Madiba's life will take place.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Amanda.
As you can see, people just excited to be part of this moment, to be part of history, to say goodbye to Umtata. Now, the African Group of Ambassadors to the United Nations in New York has described Madiba as a Pan-African hero. The group of 54 met at the AU mission to the United Nations to pay tribute to the late former president, who was described as a giant in Africa and a pillar of our time.
A moment to reflect as the AU anthem was played, among a group of diplomats acknowledged for its strong voice in the anti-apartheid cause at the United Nations in the years when it mattered most.
The person that we are talking about was of Sadic extraction, and he personified forgiveness, reconciliation, racial inclusion, humility, servanthood. These are virtues that you cannot readily attain. But there he was, a man of African origin. He answered the critics who say, what good can come out of Africa? Here we are.
The group expressed its condolences to the family of Madiba, South Africa, Africa and the world at large. The AU spoke of the collective Madiba was party to.
Mandela was no lone ranger, and his political life cannot be separated from the ANC and his colleagues, and the principles they stood for, which they made an effort to implement without allowing their very justified anger, born of the so many slights and indignities, to cloud their political judgment, which counseled pragmatism and political realities, national and global.
And as has become customary when honouring Madiba, this was an occasion not just to mourn his life, but to celebrate.
ukuza kuthi kangoku luthe chu kuhle ufafa lwakwaDlomo lusingise ekhayeni lakhe eQunu. Sibabonile abantu ecaleni kwendlela imincili ibhalwe ebusweni babo. Kukho iphekepheke vuyo eliye landibamba umxhelo elithi he restored our pride. Usibuyekezile isidima sethu. Ndavakalelwa kuba ngokuqinisekileyo inkqubo yocalucalulo yasirhuqa eludakeni isidima somntonsonto kungenxa yomxhelo nokuzinikela kwamatshantliziyo omzabalazo wenkululeko phakathi kwawo ileli qala sizokulipheleka namhlanje lakwaDlomo elibuyele ekhaya lithe cwaka kungekho sikroko ngendima eligangathileyo.
Well, the pictures you're seeing, although they keep on breaking up, live pictures of that procession as it is coming towards Kunu, which is where we are. We're taking those pictures from a motorbike, and we did anticipate the break in transmission. Of course, in case many of you don't know, we were relying quite a lot on our helicopter shots, which we had received permission for, but unfortunately at the last minute we were told that we could no longer fly and we've been grounded, which is in part responsible for what you're seeing now, which is not the continuous coverage that you were expecting and that we had promised you. So it's because of that helicopter which was grounded, which we had relied quite significantly on, because we did even do rehearsals to make sure that we would be able to bring you this procession continuously and without any breaks. Unfortunately, things didn't go our way, so we'll stay with the shots that we can get, although they keep on freezing in between.
Sifuna ukuthi ingcendo zakuthi xa kumane kuqhawuqhawuka imifanekiso izinto azihambanga ngendlela inqolontaka ebiza umndandi esibhakabhakeni isithathele imifanekiso yalomngcelele kuye kwanyanzeleka into yokuba nganto zithile singabi sayisebenzisa ingabi sasetyenziswa ngoku umuntu osithathela le mifanekiso naye uthe chu kuhle ngesithuthuthu sawumane ke sisithi xa isithi gqi imifanekiso siniphakele nana apha emakhaya nxe kwakhona into zakuthi silapha eQunu siza kwenza konke okusemandleni kuba sinenze nibe inxalenye yoluhambo lokugqibela lukabawo uNelson Rolihlahla Mandela.
Now, upon arrival at the Mandela family farm, Madiba's body will be taken in, whereupon there'll be certain rituals that are going to be conducted. The body will be given to senior members of the ruling party who are going to do some ritual in terms of the ANC's own traditions. That will happen as soon as the body arrives in Kunu at the family farm. The ANC will then hand the body over to the family, who will in turn do their own, in terms of their own customs and tradition, do their own rituals in terms of what Abatembu usually do when something like this has happened, or when a body, Yomdanekazi, actually arrives at home. But both those will be private ceremonies.